What's up, everybody? John the Morgile here, doing a response video to a fairly recent video coming out from Greater Sapien. So the deal is, he did a response to my response to one of his videos, and so this is my response to his response to my response. So this is a triple response. Anyway, should be a lot of fun. The original video was an hour and a half, so I'm going to try to keep my responses concise and short, but, well, you know me. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, I will quickly mention the reason that I'm doing this as a video as opposed to talking with this guy. Well, I actually put a very nice comment on his video response. My comment read, quote, "Hey, Brother Sapien, would you like to do a hangout with me? Give me a call or send me an email." And I left him my telephone number and email address. And I checked that video a couple days later and found that that comment was apparently removed. So I guess he doesn't want to talk. Anyway, just wanted to thank my patrons through Patreon. You guys are the best. If you want to become a patron through Patreon, go to www.patreon.com/themorgile. Or if you'd like to support this channel direct through PayPal, you can do so to www.paypal.me/themorgile. Your support is greatly needed and appreciated, and helps me to keep dedicating time to making videos about Flat Earth and the truth. So anyway, sit back, relax, hope you enjoy.
Hey everybody, as you are all well aware, I put out a video called 11 Questions Flat Earthers Are Afraid to Answer last year. It languished online for about 7 months, and then all of a sudden started to take off. Thousands of comments later, I don't have a great number of answers from Flat Earthers. My plan was to do a video covering each question and the answers I received, which honestly was a daunting task, and I don't think that's going to happen. Sorry. One reason for this change is the fact that this gentleman, who calls himself the Morgile, decided to put some effort into answering the questions I put forth in my video. And since he holds a little bit of status in the Flat Earther community, I figured I wouldn't get much better representation of the Flat Earther mindset. So I'm going to use him as a vehicle to discuss all the questions right now. So,
hold on to your butts.
It's going to be a long one, which you already know because you can see the time bar. And I want to say right off the bat that watching this guy answer my question was an interesting experience. It was right up there on the D-marble roller coaster of emotions scale. I apologize in advance for making you go through this whole thing, but that's the only way to deal with this type of infection. You have to cut out the whole thing.
So the truth is now an infection. Brilliant stance.
Which means getting into the weeds and addressing every point. So, take breaks. I will have timestamps in the description so you can bounce to the question you want to see addressed. Okay, let's do this. My video started off with an observation I've often made about Flat Earthers, that they are much more interested in asking questions about the accepted models than they are willing to answer questions about the Flat Earth notion.
And I would say that that is legitimate because the standard model is what everyone in the world more or less believes. That's what's taught in all schools, that's what's written in all physics textbooks. So to ask questions about the standard model is, well, fairly logical. Skeptically questioning theoretical scientismic dogma is an imperative step in fully realizing the staggering truth, and should not be frowned upon by impartial, objective science. This should go without saying, but the standard model is preached across all modern facets of influence. Absurd hypothetical theories are touted as fact, and it is our duty as scientists to question such theories skeptically, rationally, and without any sort of bias or preconceived notions or axioms or laws, without any proof or conclusive evidence for these laws. Now, sure, it's perfectly fine to humor theories for argument's sake, although at some point it is imperative to go back and revisit those theories and try to either prove or more effectively try to disprove these theories. absurd hypothetical theories are touted as fact, and it is our duty as scientists to question such theories. Now, the proofs for the motionless planar Earth are staggering in their simplicity and finality. Yet part of this process involves examining the evidence masquerading as proof of a spinning ball Earth is either possible upon a motionless plane Earth, meaning it works in both models, or only possible on a sphere Earth if myriad illogical, non-demonstrable assumptions are granted for argument's sake. So, for example, respectively, in these two possibilities, Eratosthenes' trigonometry used to estimate the circumference of the Earth only works if you first assume that the Earth is a sphere, thus altering one's observational data in terms of the elevation angles to fit this assumption of a spherical Earth. Now, it's important to remember that this age-old experiment absolutely did not account for atmospheric refraction, and assumed that sunlight was traveling at practically parallel lines in a perfectly, straight line to one another, nearly, which absolutely cannot be true. We know that light is refracted through different varying density and temperature and gas layers, and of course everyone agrees that there are different layers of gases in the air above our heads. And so we know that the sunlight must be refracting, and this isn't just a minor change in direction of and velocity of light. It's a major change. Refraction plays a huge role in terms of distorting the path of sunlight. However, Eratosthenes' cornerstone flagship experiment for the globe Earth, that always is referenced by globe earthers, simply takes the assumption that light always travels in straight lines. However, this assumption is abject nonsense, but the trigonometry that is used to triangulate on the sun can work in either model. In terms of the circumference of the Earth, again, this only works if you first assume that the Earth is a sphere, which means you have to alter your observational data to fit the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. Again, since they weren't accounting for refraction, and modern recreations of this experiment also do not account for refraction, then the results, whether you're extrapolating them in a flat Earth or a sphere Earth model, the results cannot be correct. Now, on the other hand, if you assume the Earth to be a plane and do not change your observational data to fit the theory that the Earth is a sphere, so you just go with your raw elevation angle data and assume the Earth is a plane, then the result in terms of triangulation to the sun is a relatively local, around 4,000 miles high, sun with a diameter between 30 and 40 miles. Now, this is an example where observations of the sun can be applied to either model, and you only get the spherical Earth results if you first assume the Earth to be a sphere, thus altering, again, the elevation angles from your actual observation to suit the theory that the Earth is a sphere in the first place. So it's sort of one of those self-fulfilling prophecies where mathematics agree with mathematics and observation, and of course they would agree because the two are codependent, or one is codependent on the other, and the mathematics are based on the observational data. And so, of course, the mathematics are going to agree with that because the mathematics were written around the observational data. So it is no surprise that Eratosthenes' triangulation method mathematically works on a hypothetical spherical Earth. Now, it is absolute fact that such triangulation attempts, in terms of a flat Earth, result in figures which do not mathematically add up. From multiple widespread observation points, assuming a flat Earth with a local sun. Now, this is often claimed by globe earthers to be a deal breaker for the flat Earth. However, the problem is due to the assumption that inbound light from the sun is traveling in straight lines from the source point, wherever that source point may be. So this is a mistake, even in the flat Earth, if you're extrapolating out the elevation and angle data to the sun on a flat Earth hypothesis, to be clear, we refer to the source light in terms of the sun, which is at present an unknown value in terms of the size and distance to the source light of the sun, and we'll refer to that as the actual sun, while the subjectively rendered instance for each widely spread observer in this experiment example, and we'll call that the apparent sun. Now, you don't actually have two suns. You have an actual sun, which is a source light that is not seen by the eye at the position it actually is. What you're seeing with your eye is it's an apparent sun, which is the apparent position of the sun after the light has passed through varying layers of gases and atmosphere above our heads, which causes the light to bend tremendously. And just to give an example of how this works and how drastic this can be, if you are standing knee-deep in a pool of water, and it's relatively clear water, say, and there's lots of fish swimming around your legs, and you want to spear one with a hand spear, if you aim that spear where the fish appears to be, well, you'll miss it every time, because the light refracting, bouncing off of the floor and bouncing off of the fish up through the water towards your eye, it's refracting. Now, this would be a little bit different because you're talking about light coming out of the higher density and into a lower density medium. So, of course, the water is higher density than the air above the water, right? And so you actually have a little opposite effect of refraction, where the light waves would actually angle upward towards the lower density gradient. Whereas, of course, the sunlight is coming from the opposite direction. It's coming through thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker density gradients, for the most part, until it reaches the ground. And then, of course, the water is even thicker than the atmosphere plane directly above the water. So anyway, this entire problem, not to do with fishes, got off on a little bit of a side note there. That was just to sort of describe how drastic refraction can be, and where you have, actually the fish is a good example of where you have an actual fish, and you cannot see that where it actually is. You see a subjective rendering, a subjective instance of that fish. So if you had someone else in the water with you that was standing, somewhere off to your left, looking at the same fish in the water, they themselves would see yet another subjective instance or a subjective rendering of that fish, and neither one of you would be looking at where the fish actually is. And so if you tried to triangulate on the fish using what you see, the refracted light, you would never get a sensible or accurate result. The light which is bouncing off the fish is being refracted through the water and through the air before it reaches your eye, and thus you have an actual fish, which is unseen, and an apparent fish, which is seen. Okay? So the problem here in terms of the source light of the sun, so the apparent sun and the actual sun, well, each subjectively rendered instance of the sun for each widespread observer, each of them is seeing their own subjective apparent sun, which is going to be in different relative positions to the actual sun for each observer. So each observer is going to see a different rendering of the apparent sun. Okay, now this problem has nothing to do with Earth curvature, but is certainly due to atmospheric refraction, which will always cause light coming from the sun to bend towards the higher density gradient, which will always be towards the ground, or which in most cases will be towards the ground, unless there's, temperature differentials, major drops and rises in temperature between, the sun and your eye, which could cause light to refract in, varying degrees. Okay? But for people like the Metabunk curvature calculator to claim things like standard refraction, standard atmospheric refraction, is definitely ridiculous, because sure, you can get an average of refraction index for a given area, but refraction index is going to it's going to be a variable. It's going to change consistently throughout the day and throughout the seasons, and to claim that there is some standard effect of refraction all over the world is nonsense. And it appears that they've deliberately chosen a refraction index in terms of the Metabug calculator, which always seems to negate the curvature of the Earth when doing long distance curvature calculations. But anyway, I digress. The problem we're talking about here, again, is not to do with Earth curvature, but it has to do with light coming from the sun bending towards the higher density gradient, so towards the ground, and there will absolutely be variables from location to location due to temperature, humidity, etc., etc., producing a unique experience for each widely spread observer participating in this, Eratosthenes experiment, triangulating on the sun and determining certain things based on that. But again, each widely spread observer would experience a different subjective rendering of the apparent sun, even if conditions were identical in all locations. In reality, the source light of the sun is not traveling in a straight line between the source and our eye. Or, in reality, the light waves are not traveling in a straight line between the source light and our eye, but the light is instead refracted by the varying layers of gases in the sky. Now, refraction is not a theory, so we cannot assume that the light from the sun is somehow magically not affected by refraction when it absolutely must be affected by refraction, and is absolutely the cause for the zombie argument for a globe involving the masts of ships at sea, as well as sunrise or sunset, somehow being claimed as impossible on a planar Earth. Now, the problem regarding triangulation on the sun from multiple points simultaneously could potentially be solved, or at least improved, by making observations from multiple high-altitude weather balloons positioned in strategic locations across, the United States, for example, or a large enough area where you can get multiple high-altitude observations of the sun itself from above the thick, dense, lower layers of the lower troposphere plane. Now, such high-altitude solar observations probably wouldn't completely eliminate atmospheric or atmosplanic refraction, but it certainly would neutralize a great deal of the refraction found at ground level. We're talking about sunlight here, providing a much better platform to accurately gauge the distance or triangulate on the distance to the actual source light of the sun, as opposed to, attempting to triangulate on subjective instances or subjective rendering instances of the apparent sun for multiple observers spread out across great distances. This would be sort of like trying to triangulate on, like a hologram or something. Maybe that's a bad analogy. Trying to triangulate on a rainbow, trying to triangulate on an object that is in mirror maze at the fair. I don't know. At any rate, I'm all short of analogies today. So, taking high altitude, multiple simultaneous high altitude solar observations to try to get a better triangulation data, getting rid of at least a good portion of that really heavy refraction found in the lower troposphere. It certainly would neutralize a great deal of this refraction found at ground level, of course, and it would provide a much better platform to accurately gauge distance to the actual source light of the sun. The point is, it's entirely possible to use the same exact observational data under the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, or conversely, under the assumption that the Earth is a plane. Now, the difference being, if you assume that the Earth is a sphere, then you must alter the observed elevation angles to account for the imagined hypothetical curvature that, when measured for, does not exist. So this would be one of those examples where, sure, you can assume that the Earth has curvature for argument's sake, so that you may properly change your elevation angles to the sun to suit the theory that the Earth is a sphere. However, at some point it is absolutely necessary to revisit that underlying assumption and actually measure the Earth for curvature. Because, you can only assume that the Earth is a sphere for so long when trying to prove that the Earth is a sphere. So it is 100% necessary to one day bust out your 9-mile long ruler and see if you're able to measure curvature over 9 miles of standing water. And I would wager that if you did have a 9-mile long ruler and you could butt that up to a large body of standing water, then you would find that there is no curvature along that large still body of standing water, hypothetically. In terms of the said observations which are claimed to be exclusive, conclusive, inarguable evidence masquerading as proof of a spinning ball Earth, a primary example would include the timeless law of earthbound physics: what goes up must come down. Now, somehow our society and our world culture has been systematically forced to abandon all reason and common sense to believe that what goes up must come down is somehow exclusive proof that the world is a spinning sphere. The fact is, what goes up must come down is the last thing one would logically expect to see upon a spinning spherical object. The fact that objects fall to the ground when loosed from sufficient support to hold the weight in no way proves the theory of gravity, nor is it any sort of evidence that the world is a spinning ball. Unfortunately, however, the entire modern world has been brainwashed to believe that this is indeed the case. So when Neil Tyson drops his microphone to prove gravity...
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
And by the way, this is called gravity.
Neil, I gotta say, you're totally blowing my mind right now.
That's what I do. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have detected gravitational waves. I am so pleased to be able to tell you that. So about 1.3 billion years ago, they were detected by LIGO, the two black holes. So what you're looking at on the screen here are two black holes. Each of them are about 30 solar mass, have about 30 times the mass of the sun. All right, and you're looking, the black holes are the black things in the middle, and you're looking at the stars behind them. By the way, this is not a Hollywood production that I'm going to show you. It is actually a real computer simulation, a real simulation, a real simulation, a real simulation. Let me talk about the gravitational waves. You didn't see any gravitational waves there. What you saw were
A real simulation.
Now let me look at this from the gravitational wave perspective. So you're going to see, again, a computer simulation. This is a real simulation of objects like black holes in spiraling and merging together. What we saw was not something that wasn't a gravitational wave, but in fact it was a gravitational wave. And we've convinced ourselves that's the case.
So when Neil Tyson drops his microphone to prove gravity, he's merely performing a demonstration of the natural law, what goes up must come down. Now, it's important that we remember gravité is a theory to explain the what goes up must come down phenomenon, only assuming the world is a ball displacing and bending the hypothetical theory of space-time to create a theoretical theory of gravity well. You cannot demonstrate a natural fact, which is the focus of an explanatory theory, and assert that said demonstration is somehow proof of the theory which was created to explain the natural fact in the first place. In other words, people have been conditioned to believe that a theoretical impossibility is somehow conclusive, exclusive proof of a spinning ball Earth. So a ripe apple falls from a tree and finds a place of rest upon the ground. And this is somehow touted as exclusive proof of a spinning ball Earth, complete with gravity and all the trimmings that go along with the globe Earth. Now, this sort of position is typical for the globe earthers, as it is placed well within the realm of absurdity, yet most people will agree with the said line of reasoning. Not because it's a viable, cogent, rational, or correct. Rather, people agree with such backwards hypothetical physics because society has been forced to mold our paradigm around hypothetical fantasies which masquerade as scientific fact, beginning in as early as life as possible, increasing in frequency and magnitude with every passing year. Now, such insidious deception is practically inescapable this day and age, as globe earth propaganda is plastered across all forms of government-approved education, propaganda, entertainment, and the religions of scientism and even atheism. And yes, atheism is a religion. They believe in things like evolution, even though there is no direct evidence for evolution. Sure, you have gene expression, but that's a whole nother topic altogether. Suffice to say that atheism and scientism both assert that everything we see in the world, and by extension the universe, imagined or otherwise, all came from nothing, and nothing sort of miraculously, spontaneously produced itself into everything, more or less. So that is a pretty non-demonstrable, non-scientific thing to have faith in, just for one major example of how not only do scientism and atheism dovetail in many respects, but such a belief is rather absurd. I have made other videos touching on these subjects. I don't remember which ones, so you'll have to watch all of them. Now anyway, in truth, the fact that an apple falls from the limb is absolutely the opposite of what one would expect while stuck to the equator of a rotating sphere, to be very honest. Now, this means we certainly couldn't consider this physical law as exclusive evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, complete with gravity. By all that is rational, sensible, and demonstrable, what goes up must come down technically shouldn't even be possible on the spinning ball. Yet we have the theory of gravity to patch that fact over, and somehow gravity holds enough weight to pull the what goes up must come down phenomenon completely out of the realm of absurdity on a spinning ball into the realm of
exclusive proof
of a
spinning spherical Earth complete with gravity.
Now, such mental gymnastics certainly do not amount to proof of anything, sans the staggering degree to which the imaginative theories of one single person, who's backed and promoted by the right interests, can hold sway on generations of unsuspecting people who are fed into the meat grinder of globe earth sophism and theoretical scientism beginning in our formative years. On the other hand, the natural physical law, what goes up must come down, makes perfect logical sense upon the motionless planar Earth, without any of the bizarre pseudoscientific theories which are necessary to paint the illusion of plausibility on the globe Earth and gravity. We need not be masters of hypothetical acrobatics to explain why apples fall from trees on the motionless plane. A great deal of faith is necessary for one to believe in gravity and the ball Earth, while ignoring our common sense and physical senses, while the spinning ball Earth requires unwavering faith in hypothetical impossibilities which are preached and revered by any and all scientific authorities under the pervasive spell of the modern religion of scientism. This faith is forcefully instilled into the budding minds of our most vulnerable and yes, gullible toddlers during a phase in our lives when we are simply not capable of defending ourselves against utterly false doctrines and dogmas of scientism. This is why, and by the way, I would say scientism, if you want my shorthand definition, it would be devout, unshaking belief in theoretical sciences. That would be scientism. Now, this is why it's so difficult for people to realize that the world is clearly a motionless plane. Even pilots, for one primary example, pilots will fly airplanes over the motionless planar Earth every day for years, and while their aircrafts are clearly in motion above a stationary world beneath, they, like everyone else, has been conditioned to abandon direct observation and common sense. Any practical analysis which defies the doctrine of a twirling geological rotundity is autonomically aborted or ignored to the degree that the obvious truth in plain sight is completely overlooked every day for an entire lifetime. Our conditioning leaves us analogously colorblind to the static plane Earth, or perhaps reality blind is a more accurate literal term, if I may coin the phrase. Reality blind. We were all forced into unwavering faith in so much nonsense under duress without the possibility to defend ourselves against the ball Earth dogmas and doctrines when they're first introduced to us as children. Theories which cannot be measured, observed, demonstrated, or falsified should never have been presented to us or our children as factual, proven concepts. It is this key initialization of the Operation Make Everyone Dumb as Frogger programming which makes it impossible for rational adults to reconsider such dogmas and doctrines which were not arrived at on our own volition, observation, or experimentation, but were instead forced into our budding minds by the parents, teachers, etc., who too were forced to undergo the exact same indoctrination process when they were too small and innocent and trusting and gullible children, and the vicious cycle continues. Now, that extremely powerful, repetitive, self-reinforcing mass mind control method simply does not allow one to realize that the world is a motionless plane, no curvature, even when direct evidence to prove this fact is squarely in front of their face. Not only does what goes up must come down work nicely on a motionless planar Earth, we can possibly get into more details as to the nuts and bolts of how what goes up must come down actually works, completely ignoring and abandoning the theory of gravity, frankly because the theory of gravity, there is no theoretical need for it to exist once we know that the Earth is not any sort of spinning sphere. So, finally on this point, not only does what goes up must come down work nicely on a motionless plane Earth, it's also very safe to assert that this natural physical law is simply not possible on a spinning ball Earth without the hypothetical theoreticals and apologizing and mental gymnastics on the spinning ball Earth, which only exists in your mind, but you've certainly never lived upon.
And he responds to that.
I'd just like to quickly mention, before we start getting into these questions that we're afraid to answer, if we can show that the Earth doesn't have curvature, then it couldn't possibly be a sphere. And by definition, if a surface doesn't have any curvature, and of course it's lumpy, you know, you've got mountains and valleys and rivers and all that stuff, but as a whole, the Earth is shown to be a plane because it doesn't have curvature. I don't know where else you would look other than the ground itself for, you know, large curves, especially over standing water. And if you can't find such curvature on the Earth, then it isn't a sphere. So I don't see any problem with disproving the fact or the notion that the Earth is a sphere. Because if it isn't spherical, then what is left? You know, it is flat. So for scientism religious zealots to claim that we are, for some reason, not allowed to prove that the Earth isn't a ball, really goes to show that they are not interested in science, because the scientific method entails asking questions and trying to debunk standing theories.
So the first thing this guy does is try to lay down a nice base of excuses.
Responding to your claim that flat earthers don't like to prove flat Earth, but instead ask questions, or rather answer questions with questions, is not laying down a base of excuses, it's responding to your claim.
He doesn't try to claim that flat earthers actually answer questions. He just says attacking the globe is enough. If there is no curve, that's enough. And he says people like me saying that flat earthers are not allowed to disprove the globe, we're not interested in science. So where did I say flat earthers were not allowed to question the globe?
I've noticed that the only support flat earthers have for their position comes in the form of claims against a round Earth. If the Earth is round, why this? If the Earth is round, why that?
Actually, I didn't say that you said that. I said that people like you say that. But your position kind of does entail that stance that, we're not allowed to question or refute the globe Earth theory and the model that coincides with it. I'll just play a quick excerpt from a discussion that I had with some globers. To finish this one simple...
No. This isn't proving flat Earth, okay? I don't care about you poking holes in the heliocentric model.
No,
you asked me how many times now to prove
he's trying to do the same thing that we all do. He's trying to go through like 10 things about the globe model and show you how the globe model can't work the way they tell us it does.
On a 2D model. Okay, that's how it is. I'm just going to show you a 2D model without the Earth spinning. It's on the other side here. I'm not going to show you where you are on the fucking Earth. I'm just going to show you a 2D model.
Do you want me to spend 5 hours making a 3D model, or can we keep it simple? You guys are smart.
No, I want you to spend 10 minutes to prove the flat Earth without poking holes in the heliocentric model. Flat Earth, not poke holes in the fucking heliocentric model, dude.
Do you guys agree that So wait a minute. So do you guys believe that we live on a spinning globe, right?
It doesn't fucking matter. Stop asking questions. We're the ones asking you questions. You're the one making a giant claim saying that the Earth is motherfucking flat. Not only that, you're saying that it's geocentric. So please give proof of that.
Okay.
Not poking holes, okay? We get all your little fucking bullshit, dude.
No, this isn't bullshit. This is
Yes,
reality.
it is. It's a 2D model in a 3D world.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 2D.
Thank you for 3 circles on a fucking Adobe, dude.
Morgiles, just do us a favor and skip to the part, because we've all seen this shit for a year now. Skip to the part where you show us the proof that the world is flat. I mean, that's
nowhere. But he's trying to frame a narrative story around me so that he can dismiss what I say. And what I said was that I find that you are more interested in attacking the globe than proving a flat Earth.
If we can show that the Earth doesn't have curvature, or we can show that the Earth is not in motion, then the heliocentric model is kaput. Now, we've actually done both of those, but that's really all we need to do. We don't need to go any further than that.
Which you prove in this video. And he says that the scientific method is about trying to debunk standing theories, which is factually incorrect.
That is actually the opposite of the truth. You cannot use science or the scientific method to prove anything, although you can indeed use the scientific method to disprove a thing. You can use science to provide supporting evidence for a theory, but you're never going to conclusively prove something with experiment or theory. You can use experiment to disprove a thing. And so that's my point, but you're taking this totally out of context, which is typical from your side, but hey, what can you do?
The scientific method isn't goal-oriented that way. It's about observation, inferring ideas from those observations, and a disciplined methodology in order to test those inferences. It doesn't care about debunking standing theories. That's just you trying to project your goals onto the scientific method, and then go on to say that the questions I have are answerable by current models and the standard model of physics, and this was his reply.
And I would just quickly mention before we get started that we don't necessarily have to have answers for everything, especially not half-baked theoretical answers for everything like the globetards do. Really, our position, the only thing that we must have, and we do have in spades, is proof that the Earth doesn't have curvature, nor is it in any type of motion whatsoever. Beyond that, we don't have to explain what the stars are, what the sun is, what the wandering stars are, what the moon is, and none of that stuff. All we have to do is physically measure the Earth, which means geometry, and test for geological motion, which is physics at its most basic sense. So we really don't need to explain everything.
So right off the bat, he's going back to his base excuses. They don't have to have answers because they have a planet with no curve and no motion.
That's absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's actually the only correct thing I've heard you say insofar, and probably for the rest of this video. If the Earth doesn't have curvature and it's not in motion, then it's not a spinning sphere.
And they don't have to have answers about the sun, the moon, the stars, or anything, as long as they have that.
Well, we should just end the video here, because you got it. You're 100% right.
Now, I'm going to make this point, and I know it will not be the last time I say this. If you make a claim, you need to be able to back it up. You need to be able to support it. If you say the Earth is flat, you have to be able to back it up. If you say the sun is small and local, you have to be able to back it up. If you say the moon is self-illuminating and the stars are on a dome, you have to be able to back those up.
The Earth is flat because it has no curvature, and that's demonstrable. There is no curvature. There is no further need to back that up other than with experimental evidence, which we've done for 3 years collectively. By default, the sun must not be 93 million miles away. That is a heliocentric value that is gleaned by triangulation using spherical trigonometry. But in the flat Earth reality, the sun couldn't possibly be that far away because it's flat. There's no curvature, and so you're triangulating on the sun without changing the values because you're assuming that we're on a sphere, on a curve. So the sun and moon must be local. Now, I'll be the first to admit we don't know the distance or the size to these objects. Sure, we can triangulate on them, but that triangulation is wrong because of refraction. The refraction bends the light and it skews the answers. But the sun couldn't possibly be 93 million miles away. It's ridiculous.
The choice is pretty simple. If you don't want to be asked to back up your claim, don't make the claim. Now, you do say that all you have to do is measure and test using geometry and physics, and it's good that you brought that up. I have a feeling we'll come back to that.
I have a feeling you won't, because I have watched this video before I did the response, and you don't make any case whatsoever for curvature. You don't make any case whatsoever for motion of the Earth. And frankly, if the Earth was a rapidly spinning spheroid in outer space, there would be just loads and loads and loads of physical evidence supporting that notion. But in fact, there is no evidence to support that other than circumstantial evidence that was misinterpreted by ancient physicists and ancient philosophers. Mainly refraction causing the illusion of curvature over standing water. For example, as ships go away from your line of sight, they appear to drop along a curve, but it is indeed the light that is curving around the flat Earth and not the Earth that is curving underneath light that always travels in straight lines, because frankly light does not do that. Why is it that globeheads seem to think that because they believe they have all the answers to everything, then in order to have a flat Earth, then we must have answers to everything? It's ridiculous. Mainly because, you know, that on your side of the argument, you have anywhere from 500 years to a couple thousand years head start, and you have all of the theoretical physics in ink in every textbook ever written for hundreds and hundreds of years, and you think that that somehow supports your position. Well, it may theoretically, but you have a pretty big head start.
No, we don't have a head start. We've all been doing this for the same amount of time.
You're joking, right? So you're telling me that when you were in kindergarten, your teacher taught you that the Earth may be a spinning sphere in outer space, but they also told you that it may be a stationary plane? Are you telling me that Christopher Columbus stated that the ships appeared to be going down a curve, but that may be because of refraction? Are you saying that Eratosthenes concluded that the Earth may be a sphere, but it may also be a plane? No. Are you saying that NASA comes back with evidence that supports a stationary plane Earth because they're being honest? Or are they coming back with doctored, forged images to support the absolute nonsense theory that the Earth is a spinning ball to further their narrative? What I mean by head start is that everybody in the world has been conditioned to believe that the Earth is a sphere, and that's what's written in all the textbooks. And frankly, people have not been looking at the world and looking at the universe under the lens of possibly not being a spinning sphere for my entire life and for many generations, apparently. That's the point.
What is this? Observing the world around us. We, as a people, have been observing the world since before civilization began, and we all benefit from those observations.
Right, but if you cram all observations to fit the theory that the Earth is a sphere, and then force that onto all of the generations of toddlers for many generations, then you have a bias towards this notion of the Earth being a sphere. And any evidence that aligns with the fact that the Earth is a stationary plane is either cast aside or it is obfuscated into a format so as to align to a hypothetical spherical Earth. So I'll give you an example. Even though the ground beneath our feet is obviously demonstrably stationary, not zipping along a curve in terms of axial rotation, not zipping along a curve in terms of orbital velocities, we're told that such motion would not be measurable, would not be detectable because of angular momentum, and because of the physical law that two objects in a similar velocity will appear to be motionless to one another. However, that is strictly conforming to a linear path of motion. If you've got a base object that is traveling along a curve and another object that is not connected to that, You're not going to have that as a fixed frame of reference. A spinning object or a rotational velocity is not a fixed frame of reference for anything that is not firmly attached to that primary body. And of course, even objects that are firmly attached to that primary rotating body will experience the acceleration in the form of angular acceleration, and that's manifest as centrifugal force. However, traveling at a consistent speed along a curve will produce constant angular acceleration and can therefore not be considered as a fixed frame of reference without any noticeable acceleration. We're talking about acceleration from sunrise, where the Earth is racing up towards your feet at 66,600 miles an hour, and then at sunset, the world is racing down away from your feet at 66,600 miles an hour. A total acceleration over 12 hours of over 130,000 miles an hour along a curvilinear axial rotational path as well as a curvilinear orbital path. And so to claim that that is a fixed frame of reference without any form of noticeable acceleration is just beyond absurd. So to claim that, you know, there is no head start for the globe Earth side is ridiculous, and you're just arguing with me for the sake of argument. You will never concede when I make a valid point because it's not in your nature. It's not in the nature of your side of the argument. So let's just say hypothetically that for the last 500 years people had been trying to measure the distance of the sun, figuring in the refraction index of the inbound light from it, we would probably be much closer to an answer in terms of how far and how large is the sun. But unfortunately, for the last now several generations, several hundred years probably, people have gone with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, gone with the assumption that the sun is massive, very, very massive and extremely distant, and that's what I mean by a head start. That we've only been doing scientific experiments in the modern sense just for the last few years in the flat Earth community to try and get the distance and the size of the sun. But frankly, until we're able to get above the dense atmosphere of the troposphere, such a thing is quite impossible because, again, inbound light from the sun is definitely being refracted. So it is impossible to get a triangulation on that. And that's what I mean by head start, just as one example.
The fact is, the flat Earth notion has been around longer than the globe understanding has. Just because the majority of people rejected flat Earth notions does not mean it couldn't still be researched.
Well, of course, people knew the Earth was flat forever, and then at some point in history that all changed and people started looking at it differently in terms of a spinning spherical Earth. What my point is, though, is that people believe the Earth is a spinning sphere no matter what, and any evidence that comes to the contrary of that is rejected or forced into, the belief that the Earth is a spinning sphere. We'll get into that in a little bit more detail, but for you to argue that point just goes to show that you will argue with me regardless of the point. So even though, yes, people have known the Earth was flat for longer than they thought it was a sphere, it's been the standard accepted theory for many hundreds of years, apparently, at least for the last 3 generations for sure. My grandfather, my father, and myself, we were all taught the same thing, so I can attest to that for sure. Beyond that, who really knows? But, wow.
But the facts just didn't hold it up. We didn't get a head start. You just fell behind.
No, the facts indeed do hold it up. The facts prove that the Earth is a stationary plane. And, how very witty of you to say that you didn't get a head start, we fell behind. I was under the impression, and I was taught to believe that the Earth was a spinning sphere for my entire life, over 30 years. And just for the last couple of years, last 3 years actually, I've personally come to the conclusion, the astonishing conclusion, based on evidence that anyone can verify, that what we were taught was wrong. To say that I've fallen behind, what are you even talking about? If I'd been looking at flat Earth for my entire life, I'm sure that I would have had a lot more data and experimental evidence and proofs and arguments than I do now. So to say that you don't have a head start, that we've fallen behind, is just laughable. I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous. And frankly, I think it would be foolish for us to start whipping out answers to things like what are stars made of, or, what is the moon, because some of these questions, frankly, we can't answer.
I agree that you can't answer these questions.
Right, but the point I was making is that you can't answer those questions either, other than inventing theoretical folly and tattooing that in ink in all textbooks, and then calling it fact.
So here's the thing. If you can't answer the questions that naturally stem from your claim, or are unwilling to, then don't make the claim.
No, I wasn't saying that we couldn't answer questions that stem from our claim. What I was saying was we couldn't answer questions like what is the sun made of and what are stars, or what is the moon. And the point is that you can't either. But apparently you weren't listening to what I said. We're not going to just make something up and then call it a fact because we wrote it in a textbook somewhere. That's the whole point.
It's not that difficult.
Sure, we could develop pseudoscientifical agencies like NASA and pretend to have answers and put them in textbooks and force our belief systems onto the toddlers of every generation for hundreds of years. But frankly, I wouldn't do that. And even if we would, this is a relatively new topic. It's only been around in the public domain in the modern sense for just a few short years. So whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I think that sums up your scientific outlook perfectly.
And I think this meme sums up your scientific outlook perfectly.
Now, next I say that flat earthers want to supplant the current models, globe, solar system, standard model of physics, and listen to his response.
Where do you get your information? Flat earthers want to supplant our model with the globe model and the heliocentric model? No, we're screaming at the top of our lungs from the rooftops that the Earth doesn't have curvature, it's not a sphere, it's not spinning around, it's not orbiting, and this is all demonstrable. This is kind of a big WTF moment for everybody, but for you to say that we want our model to replace everything, that's ridiculous. Sure, we need the model that's being drummed into the heads of all generations of toddlers replaced or stricken from the scientific record because it's just absolute hogwash. But we really, at the end of the day, we need to be scientific about this. We need to be asking the right questions. We need to be measuring the Earth. We need to be performing physical experiments. And at the end of the day, all of this data points conclusively, hands down, to a motionless planar Earth. Now, if you feel that we are somehow trying to replace the globe Earth model, well, you're half right. We need to strike the globe model from our educational systems, and then we'll have a starting point.
He starts off upset, almost offended, that I would claim that flat earthers want to replace these models. And then he says, yes, they do want to see them replaced and stricken from the record. Now, in his defense, he only mentions wanting to replace the globe model, but that's only because he's ignorant of the extent of his own claims, which I'll get to in a bit.
Okay, wise ass. The point is we can't teach the globe Earth standard heliocentric model, and does that cover them all, to all children forever. We got to stop doing that. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to teach them an AE projection as a model, because I don't believe that's 100% right. So we don't necessarily want to replace this. We need to get rid of it and then use the scientific method and get everyone looking at this objectively and then replace it. But I don't think that we have anything concrete enough to replace it with. But sure, we need to get rid of it. But that isn't to say that we have something to replace it with, because frankly I don't think we're there yet. Now, that's being honest. Is there something wrong with being honest enough to say I don't think we're there yet to replace every little detail? No, because then we would have to replace what are stars made of. Then we'd have to replace what is the sun made of. Some of those questions may never be answerable, but at least we shouldn't lie about it and then put it in textbooks, documentaries, brainwash people with science fiction propaganda, and then call it physical scientific law. That's my point.
I then explain what flat earthers need to do in order to be successful in replacing these things. It has to have answers to all the questions that have already been answered by the current models. It has to answer them better than the current models. And it has to answer questions that the current models don't have answers for.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that not only do we have to answer the questions that your model answers, we have to answer the questions better than your model answers them, and we have to answer questions that your model doesn't answer. That's just absolute nonsense.
Nope. That's how it's done. That's how the current models supplanted the old geocentric models and the old heliocentric models. Remember, heliocentric used to mean that the sun was the center of everything, but that got supplanted because current models answer the same questions even better, and they answer questions the old model can't. I'm not asking you to play by any rules that don't already apply to everyone.
Okay, then I'll play by your rules. We'll just say the moon is made of Swiss cheese, and the sun is made of hot atomic complusion, and then we'll write a bunch of textbooks theorizing what all this stuff is, and we'll call it fact. I think you're missing my point, is that some of this stuff is not knowable, and so it's not intellectually honest to go around making stuff up and calling it fact. If we can show that the Earth has no curvature, we can show that the Earth isn't in motion, then your model has failed. It's been debunked. It's disproved. It doesn't exist. There is no spinning globe world. And for you to claim that we have to answer all of these questions, that the best your model can do is answer them with theoretical hypotheticals, is just absolute nonsense. The standards that you expect us to adhere to, when all we're doing is pointing out the obvious fact: the Earth is not a ball and it's not spinning and orbiting in space.
And he's back to all we have to do is show no curvature and no motion.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. See, this is the part where you are supposed to bust out all of your evidence that shows geological curvature and shows just this hypersonic, supersonic motion of the Earth. Yet, instead of doing that, instead of pointing to one single shred of evidence to support your theory, you go into attacking my statement. So that's pretty typical from your side of the argument, but it doesn't fly. It's not going to fly. And space, for all intents and purposes, doesn't exist as you believe that it does. There is no infinitude of galaxies out there in the sky. They're just lights in the sky. Period.
This is the problem with you flat earthers. You want to say all we have to do is prove no curvature, but then you make claims about space not existing.
Well, that's absolutely right, because the theory of infinite space is a product of your theory. So you cannot have infinite space without the Earth being a spinning ball within the vacuum of infinite space. And in fact, the only reason that we have the term or the theory of light years, for example, to describe the distance of stars, which is just absolute folly, is in order to place the stars so distant that you wouldn't have any perceivable stellar parallax, which we do not have in reality. Because one obvious thing, if we were in all this motion that is claimed by globe earthers, you would expect to see the more distant stars moving apparently more slowly through the sky relative to the stars that are closer, which would be, again, stellar parallax, and we don't have any of that. There is no noticeable stellar parallax. So, for example, they put the stars so far away that you wouldn't have any parallax, and so, therefore, the idea of this infinite space is a product of the heliocentric globe Earth, spinning ball Earth, whatever the hell you want to call it. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's a product of that theory. And so when we realize that the Earth is a stationary plane, then infinite space couldn't possibly exist. And I don't have to prove that, because in disproving the globe Earth theory, you also, by default, disprove the theory of infinite space. It's kind of like if I were to disprove the Santa Claus myth phenomenon to you, what I need to also disprove Mrs. Claus and the elves that make the toys and Rudolph and his red nose? Or would it be sufficient just to debunk the Santa Claus mythos, right? The same thing goes with infinite space. If the Earth is shown to have no curvature, then it isn't a sphere, and the entire model which houses this sphere, which again would be the vacuum of space and the theory of gravity, couldn't possibly exist.
You make claims about what the stars are. You can't back that up, and you think you shouldn't have to.
No, we make observations of what the stars couldn't possibly be, and that is hot atomic fusion. One, because hot atomic fusion is a theory, and you can't have a star made up of a theory. Furthermore, even if stars are hot atomic fusion, you could never prove it as such because it's impossible to travel to even the closest star, the sun, and get a sample of it to confirm this experimentally. Sure, you may have supporting data in the form of spectroscopy, but that does not prove anything whatsoever. It just proves that the light from the sun is either passing through or is emitted by certain gases that leave a signature in the light spectrum. But to say that I make claims about what the sun is, I think I state at least once or twice or maybe 3 times in this video that we don't know what the sun is. But you have all these claims, the globe earthers have all these claims about what the sun is, and frankly it's theoretical hypotheticals. And to answer your little eye-rolling question, theoretical hypothetical is a term that I coined just now to describe what you guys bust out as evidence. So you'll theorize something, hypothetically if this is that, and hypothetically if that is this, then you get your answer. But that's not evidence of anything other than your mental acrobatics to prove your theory.
I'm not holding you to a higher standard. You're holding yourselves to a lower standard, and you want people like me to give you a pass.
No, you have no standard other than you are always right because the textbooks say so, and I am always wrong because I disagree with the textbooks. Frankly, what we're stating here is that the Earth doesn't have curvature and it's not in motion. And we frankly do not need to come up with theories or explanations for everything. We don't need a model. We don't need to explain or show what the sun or stars are. All of that is secondary, has nothing to do whatsoever with the shape or nature of the Earth.
Sorry, you have to use a 10-foot hoop just like the rest of us. Okay, we finally get to the questions. As you know, I asked, where is Venus right now?
Are you being serious right now? What in the world does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Where is Venus right now? Honestly, how is that question relevant to anything? It isn't. The shape and nature of the Earth have nothing to do with the lights in the night sky. We can come up with theories, but it's totally irrelevant. Sir, measure the Earth. Perform physical experiments to prove this motion that you believe in, and you will, without fail, come up empty-handed every time.
You say that the location of Venus is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, and I would grant you that if you had never claimed the wandering stars as part of your flat Earth notion.
The wandering stars, also known as the planets, are not part of a flat Earth notion. The wandering stars are an observable part of reality in the night sky. And so you have all of these theories about them being spheroidal, terra firma planets orbiting the sun, and we just say that they're lights in the sky that are moving relative to the background stars. That it's not part of the flat Earth theory or proofs or anything at all. I mean, there are apparently wandering stars up there, but we don't have to explain what they are. And frankly, the orbit of Venus or any of the other wandering stars is totally, indeed, irrelevant to the shape or the motion of the Earth.
Your flat Earth notion doesn't stop at the shape of the Earth, does it? No, it includes the motion of the Earth, right? And since the shape and the motion of the Earth would affect how we see the universe, you've incorporated the sun, the moon, and the stars as wandering stars. You've included the planets in your claims. So you don't get to say that they are irrelevant, because if they were irrelevant, you should have left them out.
the only reason that the stars and the wandering stars are mentioned in this discussion is because whenever you show someone that the Earth is a stationary plane, the first thing they're going to do is, oh, well, what about the planets? They're all spheres, so why isn't the Earth a sphere? And, oh, well, what about the sun? It rises and sets, and it's a sphere, so the Earth must be a sphere. You know, that's the only reason why it's in this discussion, but frankly, it's irrelevant either way. If you measure the Earth for inverse square curvature, it doesn't exist. If you measure the Earth for supersonic axial rotation or hypersonic velocities around the sun, nor does that exist. So everything else is secondary and indeed irrelevant, but it comes up in the discussion because this stuff is observable in the sky, and globe Earth theorists have long-winded hypothetical explanations for all this stuff that we must respond to. And frankly, we didn't coin the phrase wandering stars. That was what the planets were called long before anything like a spherical Earth was even theorized. Again, I will say that is 100% irrelevant to the shape and nature of the Earth, but I will pose a question to you, because that's what we flat earthers do, is we just evade your questions and ask other questions. But the actual answer is, where Venus is totally irrelevant to curvature or motion of the Earth. But my question to you is, have you ever seen Venus or Mercury after sunset? Because if you have, that is physically impossible in the heliocentric model. You see, just as you said, according to your model, Venus and Mercury's orbital path place them on a tighter orbit than the Earth, which means Venus and Mercury should always be on the day side of the Earth. And the fact that you caught the transit of Venus yourself, that's great. And it was during the day, so that matches your model, sort of. But again, the question is, how is it possible for you to catch a glimpse of Venus or Mercury after sunset?
This is a perfect example of a flat earther not understanding how the real world works. Either that, or he's willing to ignore how the real world works because it fits his narrative. I'll try to make this quick. I was going to use this scale diagram of the planetary orbits, but instead I think I'll just fix this kindergarten level diagram that you put up. First, let me get rid of these distracting moons. Now, is this how you really think things work? Do you think people here can only look straight up? No, silly. The horizon line is drawn as a tangent to the surface. This green area represents the field of view of a person on Earth, their sky. Here, the sun is low in the sky, and now it's just past sunset. It's technically nighttime. So, looking at this diagram, is there anywhere on their orbital paths that would allow Venus or Mercury to be visible after sundown? I'll give you a moment. Yes, these areas here, they would be visible here. Pretty simple. And similar locations can be found for the time just before dawn. It's not that it was impossible, the Morgile, it's just that you didn't understand it. I mean, look at this restaurant menu diagram you used. I mean, did you make this?
Yeah, actually I did make that, and I'm very offended that you don't like my diagram. That was not to scale and intended to show a point. So we'll go ahead and use this one here, which is a little bit closer to scale, although it's not going to be perfect. In reality, we can view Venus and Mercury after sunset, which is really the only times you're going to see it is after sunset, or maybe in the twilight area as well. If you check sources, Venus and Mercury are well, Mercury is often the brightest, one of the brightest objects in the sky at night. And as you can see in this diagram from astronomy.com, it says that you can start searching for the planets early this month on the 1st, and it's irrelevant when this happens, because even if it happens once, ever, then it disproves the heliocentric model. It says on the 1st, Venus hangs 5 degrees above the horizon a half hour after sunset, and Mercury appears 1.8 degrees to its lower right. Mercury glows at a magnitude 1.3, about 10 times dimmer than its companion, but shows up nicely through binoculars and should be visible to the naked eye in good conditions. It says the two planets climb slowly away from the Sun during the next 2 weeks. Mercury orbits our star along a faster track, however, and gains altitude more quickly. Blah, 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 blah. It says Mercury passes 1.4 degrees due north to the upper right of Venus on March 5th. 5 days later, Venus stands 7 degrees above the western horizon 30 minutes after sunset, and Mercury appears 3 degrees higher. So we're talking about 7 degrees and 10 degrees above the horizon after sunset. Now, it's important to mention that according to the globe Earth theory, once the sun should technically have set optically, it lingers around due to refraction. That's what's claimed by your model. And so, although these stars are visible starting 30 minutes after sunset, we can actually push that, where an observer would be on the spinning ball Earth, back a little bit further into the dark side of the Earth, which would make that tangent further divergent from the orbital path of either one of those wandering stars. So you certainly would not expect to catch a glimpse of either one of the inner solar system planets, according to the heliocentric theory, after sunset. Certainly not 30 minutes after sunset, and certainly not 6 or 10 degrees over the horizon line 30 minutes after sunset. And again, you may say that my tangent line is placed at a little bit too wide of an angle, because again, we're only talking about 30 minutes after sunset. However, again, it's claimed by your model that an observer standing on the Earth will witness the Sun longer than it should be visible due to refraction, and so we can indeed widen that angle out a bit. Now, as you can see, this line of sight, or this tangent line indicated by the thin red line, tangent to the Earth, does intersect with the orbital path of Venus, and that's fine. Although, if you go and look when Venus and Mercury are visible, they're visible pretty much throughout the year, with only a month here peppered out here and there where it's impossible to see either one. Okay, so the fact is, you would expect to pretty much almost never see Venus in the sky, and maybe if some months out of the year you could see it. And in terms of Mercury, that should never be visible in the night sky, after sunset, because your line of sight should be tangent to the curve of the Earth. Now, to answer some of your questions, you said, do I think people can only look straight up? No, you're the one that's saying that. If you're looking towards the horizon, indeed, your line of sight would be tangent to the curve of the Earth. And if the wandering stars Mercury and Venus are on a tighter orbital path from the Earth, they should be aligned to the day side of the Earth. No, that's ridiculous. I never said you could only look straight up. In your diagram, you say the green area represents the view of a person on Earth. I would say that is a person at the equator during twilight and not after sunset. And, I just can't believe you're going to sit there and start making fun of my diagram of your model. It was not intended to be to scale, but intended just to show a point. And of course, you're going to start bashing my diagram. I mean, how juvenile. But at any rate, the whole inner solar system problem comes from the fact that we can't see the stars or the wandering stars during the day, and the fact that they are on a tighter orbital path than the Earth means they should always be aligned to the day side of the Earth, and we should pretty much never get a line of sight towards Mercury. Your line of sight would never diverge with that after sunset. And in terms of Venus, that should be a very, very rare occurrence in the night sky, because as you can see, only a very tiny portion of its orbital path is, should be visible after sunset. Okay, so using this chart, or using this diagram, again, it's roughly to scale, not exactly, and I'm just going to use this little circle here as my indicator of where the planet is I'm discussing at the time, even though that is not to scale either. If it was to scale, it would be smaller than this little dot here. That's representative of the Earth. and that's just not feasible for this demonstration. So assuming that the Earth is here, the Sun is there, if this is representative of Venus here, the only places that it would be visible after sunset, or so visible at all, would be on this part of the orbit. Because if it was here or here, and I suppose I should have another line indicating the line of sight by sunrise or before sunrise. So let's just do that real quick. Venus may be visible some of the time after sunset. Again, that would be like here or anywhere along this portion of the orbit right to there. We must keep in mind that from here to here, we'd be talking about like a half-lit Mercury, so I mean a half-lit Venus, because it would go through phases much like the moon. When Venus is here, it would be no Venus or no moon, right? That would be the part of the phase. It would be not lit at all. So you certainly couldn't see it there when it's at its closest. And similarly, not to mention it would be on the day side of the Earth, 100% certainly, it would be aligned to the Sun. So of course that would be on the day side of the Earth regardless. If it was over here, so at the other end of its orbital path relative to the Earth, it would also be on the day side of the Earth. It would be behind the Sun. It would be a full Venus, fully lit, full Venus phase. If it were here, it would be half lit, and if it were here, it would be half lit. So between here and here, this is when the only time you could possibly ever see it after sunset. It would be somewhere between no Venus and half lit Venus. Okay, so we're talking about like a crescent Venus. Venus should always be a crescent object in the night sky. Okay, because if it were here, you couldn't see it. It would be on the other side of the Earth under your feet during the day. And if it were here, it would be on the other side of the Earth under your feet during the day on the opposite side of the Sun. That's when it would be fully lit. That's when it would not be lit according to an observer on Earth. And in terms of Mercury, I don't care where you place this thing on its orbital path, you should never ever see it after sunset. Because again, your line of sight towards visible space after sunset is tangent to the curve of the Earth, would never in a million years intersect with either one of these orbital paths. Also, we must take into account the alleged distance to Mercury, which would place it so very distant, many millions of miles, that an object with the claimed diameter of Mercury simply would not be visible to the human eye or to even high-powered telescopes. Light simply does not perpetuate forever, and the distance to Mercury, as well as the fact that it is so small, you simply never should see Mercury, period. Not even considering the orbital path of it. Okay, so that's the point. And again, Mercury would go through phases as well. Here, when it's at its closest, it would be not lit or not illuminated at all. Here it would be half lit. Here it would be fully lit. The fact that we can see Venus and Mercury after sunset almost every single month disproves the heliocentric model, whether you care to admit it or not. So let's see when exactly and how frequently exactly are Mercury and Venus visible in the night sky. What I've got here is from timeanddate.com. This is planets visible from my location or near my location. It's got a nifty little date setter, and it shows the rising and setting time of the different wandering stars or planets. And we'll be focusing on the first two, Mercury and Venus. Shows the time of rise, time of set, meridian, and a comment in terms of its visibility, whether it's visible, easy to see, difficult to see, extremely difficult to see, or impossible to see. And let's just look and see what we get here and see if it matches the heliocentric theory and what we would expect. So starting with today, April 2018, Mercury would be extremely difficult to see, rise at 6:35 a.m., sets at 6:56 p.m. Venus, fairly good visibility. And we won't look at the rising and setting, we'll just look at the comet because that's what we're really getting at here. So we'll go back to March of this year. Slightly difficult to see Mercury, fairly good visibility Venus. Let's go to February 2018. Mercury difficult to see, Venus slightly difficult to see. January 2018, Mercury is average visibility, Venus very close to Sun, not visible. Let's go back to 2017, December. Mercury extremely difficult to see, Venus slightly difficult to see. November 2017, Mercury slightly difficult to see, Venus fairly good visibility. October, Mercury very close to Sun, not visible. Venus fairly good visibility. September 2017, Mercury difficult to see, Venus fairly good visibility. August, Mercury slightly difficult to see, Venus good visibility. July 2017, Mercury slightly difficult, Venus good. June, Mercury slightly difficult, Venus great. May, Mercury difficult to see, Venus great visibility. April, Mercury difficult, Venus fairly good. First is very close to Sun, not visible. Second is fairly good. Again, that is March 2017. Mercury slightly difficult, Venus great. Mercury difficult, Venus great. Let's go back to 2016. Mercury average, Venus good. November, Mercury difficult, Venus good. October, Mercury slightly difficult, Venus good. Mercury extremely difficult, Venus fairly good. August 2016, both of them would be slightly difficult. July, Mercury not visible, Venus slightly difficult. In June 2016, Mercury slightly difficult, Venus not visible. That's the first time Venus has been not visible. It took almost 2 full years to get there. And we'll just keep going. We'll make it a full 2 years of these. May 2016, Mercury is extremely difficult, Venus slightly difficult. And April 2016, both are slightly difficult. So, in summary, the actual visibility of Mercury and Venus is not in line with what you would expect, assuming the heliocentric theory. We would expect to never see Mercury after sunset, and very rarely see Venus after sunset, and frankly, that's not the case. We can get good visibility towards both of these objects practically every month, which is simply not possible according to the heliocentric theory. And, I would also quickly mention that the fact that we can see Venus with the naked eye debunks your model. Because, you see, Venus, according to you, is 24 million miles away at its nearest from the Earth, and 162 million miles when it's furthest from the Earth, with a diameter of only about 7,500 miles. Optically, physically, the angular size of this thing should be too minuscule for us to see with the naked eye.
No, sorry, you misunderstand what the limit of human vision, visual resolution means. If an object falls below the range of about 1 arc minute, it doesn't mean it's too small for us to see. It means it's too small for us to resolve any details. So that planet is just a bright dot to us. That's why all the stars and planets look the same with the naked eye, just bright dots. A word to the wise, the Morgile. If you want to use a data point in your favor, you need to learn what that data point means.
Okay, so we'll go into a little bit more detail as to why I say you shouldn't be able to see Venus or Mercury with the naked eye. It should be too small to see. That's because, again, either one of these objects, if it were fully lit, it would be on the opposite side of the sun, aligned to the day side of the Earth, so you could never get a line of sight towards that after sunset when it's fully lit. Even you would agree with that, I'm sure. So like when it's, let's say Mercury's here in its orbital path relative to the Earth, it would be a crescent lit object, and it would be below the horizon after sunset, according to the heliocentric theory. When it's over here, and again, Mercury would never be visible, so let's just go with Venus. Let's say it's here, in the zone where it should be visible after sunset. Assuming that the Earth was upon the right alignment in its orbital trajectory to get that line of sight, which should be sort of like, roulette, should be hit or miss. Yet we can see Venus pretty much every month. It would be a crescent-lit object. We're talking about indirect light bouncing off of this and then coming to the Earth. Millions and millions and millions of miles. Now, you can't demonstrate anywhere in reality being able to see an object that is 3,000 miles in diameter or 7,000 miles in diameter that's 36 million miles away. What we can do, though, is show objects that are reflecting light, not sources of light, disappear to the naked eye when they're about 3,000 times the distance of the diameter of the object. So 3,000 times the diameter in distance. It becomes too small for the human eye to resolve. So that's really what I was talking about, because people just assume Venus is supposedly 7,500 miles in diameter, but the light coming from that at this position would be a crescent object. Here it would be half lit, and to see this thing fully lit above the horizon would be impossible, because again, when it's fully lit, it would be back here. That would be on the daytime side of the Earth, behind the sun, and millions and millions and millions of miles away at its most distant point, both of them at their most distant points from the Earth when they're fully lit. So that was really the point, but you didn't think that far into it. And I know, I have to explain everything, but there it is. There's my explanation as to why I make that claim in terms of the angular size. But that is really secondary to the main point that Venus should never be visible after sunset. Neither should Mercury. They should strictly be on the day side of the Earth. And so this is just one example of where your model just absolutely falls apart. And it's one of the reasons why we don't have to answer all these questions, because frankly your answers don't make any sense at all. So why are we held to a higher standard than you? Should we just make something up and put it in textbooks and therefore we're correct and follow suit with globe earthers? I don't think so. That's against the spirit of the flat earth community.
Well, I've shown that it fits perfectly within our model and that you just didn't understand it.
Actually, you showed that my diagram was not to scale, but who's counting?
And now you're back to your persecution complex about being held to a higher standard. But I'm being held to that same standard, and my model answers your question perfectly. And all you have is excuses.
Says the man who refuses to show proof of curvature or axial rotation.
Question 2 was about the rising and setting of the sun and moon.
Well, the simple answer to your question is the fact that it's totally irrelevant. If the Earth doesn't have curvature, nor is it in motion, demonstrably so, then what's happening in the heavens is 100% irrelevant. But the best guess answer, based on what we know, is that the sun and moon are relatively local bodies. They're not hundreds of thousands or millions of miles away, as you believe, but they're relatively close, relatively small objects, if they are even physical objects, and they're traveling more or less along planes of orbit, for lack of a better term.
Again, your problem rears its head. When you make a claim that the info you have says the sun and moon are local, there are questions that stem from those claims that you need to be able to answer.
And from our viewpoint here on the ground, you have two things that cause the rising and the setting of the sun and moon. The first thing is perspective. So, objects that are higher than your line of sight, as they travel away from you, will appear to go down towards the vanishing point, down towards your line of sight. And that's the first part. The second part would be refraction, atmospheric refraction. You see, inbound light from celestial objects or celestial bodies is refracted through the atmosphere, which causes them to appear lower with lateral distance gained from the observer. So again, the two things are perspective and refraction, but frankly, this is all quite irrelevant.
Well, I have a whole video about how perspective doesn't fit the reality of what we see, so I won't repeat it here.
Right, but what about refraction?
But for all the claims flat earthers make about perspective and vanishing points, they never seem to try to explain why the sunrises and sunsets correspond to the longitude position of the viewer. Or the fact that if you go up in altitude, you can bring the sun back into view after sunset.
You know, I'm really surprised that you would use the argument, we can see farther from higher, therefore the Earth is a globe. You can see farther from higher upon a plane. You know, lay on your belly and look and see where your horizon is. It may be somewhere in a very large room. It doesn't even have to go off very far into the distance. And then stand up 6 feet tall, and your horizon is going to increase by miles. The same thing applies to the sun. When it goes down, according to an observer on the ground, if you go up to the top of a building or in a plane, the sun will appear to be above the horizon yet again. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere. Means that you can see farther from higher because your field of view increases.
Or the fact that sunrise starts at the top of mountains first and move down.
Okay, so one thing that we know for sure is that light does not travel in straight lines, especially when traveling through different liquid media or gaseous media. It refracts, and indeed light refracts towards the higher density gradient. So in most cases, when you're talking about sunlight coming through the different layers of atmosphere, it's going to refract downward. And so this is what causes sunrise and sunset upon the plane. So you do have perspective in there, but perspective is only part of it. Refraction solves this whole problem very nicely. Now, in terms of the light hitting tops of mountains first when sun is rising, that's exactly the same thing as saying, you know, being able to see farther from higher. Of course, when you're at the top of the mountain, the sun is going to rise first, you know, relative to the bottom of that same mountain, because you can see farther from a higher elevation. It's just the way reality is. You know, I don't know why, or don't want to get into explaining the details why. We're all pretty much smart enough to get this point. But as the sun travels, the light is bending down, and so you get sunrise and sunset due to this phenomenon. Has nothing to do with a spherical Earth and doesn't need a spherical Earth to explain it either.
The globe explains it perfectly, but the flat Earth notion doesn't address it at all.
And one question that I would ask to you is, where is the curvature? The other question I would ask to you is, where is the motion?
Okay, curvature, curvature, curvature.
And motion. Don't forget about motion.
What shall I go with? High altitude balloon video taken by a flat earther with a non-fisheye lens? Rob Skiba started out confident that his demo with 2 cameras, one with a fisheye lens and one without, would show that the curvature seen was only due to the fisheye lens. But when he got the footage back, he quickly went into damage control mode to claim that there was still lens distortion making it curve. And it was distortion that was coincidentally exactly what the expected curve at that altitude would be.
So you're saying that you can see curvature from high altitude balloon footage, and that just simply isn't true. Not curvature that would result in an overall sphere. Your line of sight in all directions at that altitude. Your line of sight terminates equidistantly all around you. And so you get a 360-degree circle around you. And that circle, representing the farthest you can see in all directions, is a curve around you, but it's not a sphere. If that curvature was because of a sphere, then it would continue on. It wouldn't just disappear when the camera shakes a little bit. So if you saw a little bit of curvature towards the top, that curvature should continue to drop down and around you exponentially. High-altitude weather balloon footage is good evidence that the Earth is not a sphere because there's no curvature. And if there is a little bit of curvature, apparently that's because of, I wouldn't say lens distortion, it's because your line of sight, your vision, terminates equidistantly in all directions along the plane.
Curve. Earth's motion. How do we gauge the Earth's motion? Well, one thing we can do is make a prediction based on the hypothesis that the Earth is rotating, and then test that prediction.
No, you should be able to measure that motion. You should be able to detect that motion, not hypothetically based on the lights in the night sky, which I've already said are irrelevant to the shape or motion of the Earth. If we were actually zipping along an inverse square curve due to axial rotation at 1,000 miles an hour near the equator, vertically descending at 135 miles an hour squared, so accelerating along that curve compared to a tangent line from a given starting point, and orbiting the Sun at over 60,000 miles an hour, and orbiting the Milky Way galaxy along a curve no less at over millions of miles an hour, that motion would be detectable and measurable. There wouldn't be any question about it.
Such is the nature of the Foucault pendulum. According to the globe model, the rate of rotation of that pendulum should vary directly in proportion to its latitude on Earth. And that's exactly what is seen. Now, you can claim that these pendulums are fake, but they are very real, and they are evidence of the motion of the Earth. There's no explanation for these pendulums' movement in the flat Earth notion, other than to say, it's fake.
The Foucault pendulum does not prove that the Earth is in motion at all. The Foucault pendulums often stop rotating in reverse rotational direction during total solar eclipses, which is odd if they were caused by the spin of the Earth. And if you don't believe me, this phenomenon actually has a wiki page. It's called the Elias effect, which refers to the alleged anomalous behavior of pendulums or gravimeters, which is sometimes purportedly observed during a solar eclipse. The effect was first reported as an anomalous precession of the plane of oscillation of a Foucault pendulum during the solar eclipse of June 30th, 1954, by Maurice Elias, a French polymath who went on to win the Nobel Prize in Economics. And I love how Wiki uses the terms alleged and purported to describe this effect, although it has been repeated in other experiments. So how does that favor the spinning globe Earth theory, and that being proven by the Foucault pendulum effect? Furthermore, when they've done this experiment at lots of different longitudes and lots of different latitudes, it's shown that the results are not consistent with a spherical Earth that's spinning on an axis. Furthermore, it appears that it is the ether that is in motion, and that ether has magnetic properties. It's the ether that's in motion, rotational motion above the Earth, that's causing the pendulum to tend to swing in different directions over time. Frankly, if the Earth was rotating at the velocities claimed and orbiting at the velocities claimed, such motion would be obvious, because again, we're not talking about linear motion, we're talking about curved linear motion, which means we would constantly be experiencing acceleration in the form of angular acceleration. And that would have to do with axial rotation, orbital velocities along a curve, but none of this acceleration or motion exists in reality. Foucault pendulum is merely circumstantial evidence that is framed to align to a spinning spherical Earth, and in fact does nothing of the sort. And finally, if you go back and read Zetetic Astronomy, which I would suggest anyone read if you haven't, you can actually find the audiobook on my channel. I'll put a card right here for it if you're interested in hearing it. It's the type of hinge that's used for the pendulum itself. If the pendulum is set into motion on anything but a perfect trajectory, perfectly straight trajectory, it's going to have a tendency to swing out of whack just a little bit on every swing. But it certainly doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. That's pseudoscientific evidence that is framed to fit a theory.
So there's your curve, and there's your motion. My next question was about the way sunlight appears on the Earth when projected onto a flat Earth map. This odd shape that doesn't appear to match the way optics work in the real world.
We can get into theory. I mean, none of this proves curvature or motion of the Earth, but it appears that the magnetic field of the Earth, coupled with the atmosphere causing light to refract and bend, this is what causes these patterns, apparently.
Wait. What did you just say?
It appears that the magnetic field of the Earth, coupled with the atmosphere causing light to refract.
What was that based on? What study? What research? What data do you have that tells you this?
So are you arguing that the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field, or that light doesn't refract, because both of those things are fairly well known. The Earth definitely has a magnetic field, and light certainly refracts when passing through different layers of atmosphere or any sort of translucent medium. And I would add that both of these phenomenon are in line with a planar Earth and not a spherical Earth. So, for example, nowhere in reality can you create a spherical magnet that has the poles on, polar side of the sphere, like you see on the hypothetical globe Earth. There is no such a ball magnet, and frankly, you cannot create a magnetic field from molten metals. Metals must be in a solid state in order to create a magnetic field. Now, in terms of refraction, it's claimed that the refraction index helps the globe model, but it does not. If the sunlight's coming through increasing density layers as it reaches the ground, the light is going to be bent down towards the ground. However, globe Earth proponents claim that the opposite is true, and so in both of these cases, I'm not sure what you're arguing, but I don't think that it's necessary for me to provide evidence of the Earth's magnetic field. Get you a compass, you can do it yourself, or play around with lasers and different densities liquids to prove what's going on with light as it refracts. But I don't think it's necessary for me to do that in my little response to your video.
You don't get to make claims and not be expected to back them up. Your claims bring about more questions than they answer. The Earth's magnetic field does that. This field is powerful enough to change the way light from the sun propagates, but doesn't change the way light propagates anywhere else on Earth?
Well, it's pretty safe to say that light on Earth is not going to be propagating through the magnetic field between the Earth and the sun. Only sunlight or moonlight or starlight is going to be doing that. So but we can scale this down and do demonstrations or experiments with light and how it refracts in different media. But this is known facts that I'm talking about here. I don't think it's necessary for me to provide evidence for known facts.
Just the sunlight? Why is sunlight special? What equipment do you use and to measure this uniquely powerful magnetic field, and where have you measured it?
The sun is beyond the Earth's magnetic field, apparently, and the light is traveling through that magnetic field to get to your eye. What devices? Well, you can use a compass to show the Earth's magnetic field. That's a pretty good one, I would say.
You haven't, have you? You made that up. And we all know it.
So you are really taking the stance, because I stated it, you're taking the stance that the Earth does not have a magnetic field, because I said that it does. So you're just going to argue with me regardless of what I say, and I'm supposed to provide proof that the Earth has a magnetic field, and you call yourself a scientist. And just in case you were arguing that magnetic fields will not bend light, I've been playing in the background, and what's playing in the background right now is a video of people bending light with a magnetic field. So, there you go. And in case you were saying that light does not bend through, or bend through different layers of atmospheric media, here's a video of light bending through atmospheric media. So I hope you're happy. Unless, of course, you wanted me to prove that the Earth has atmosphere. I don't think that's what you were saying.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to your excuse making.
I would add, again, that without curvature of the Earth, it couldn't be a sphere, so you really don't have a position here, and I'm really waiting to hear the questions that you ask regarding the curvature of the Earth, because that really is the big one.
Didn't I show curvature a few minutes ago? Okay, well, how about pictures of the entire Earth from space that flat earthers claim don't exist? These are all images taken with film cameras being held by human hands. These are some of the thousands, if not millions, of photos of the full Earth taken by satellites that are updated like every 10 minutes. And they're only fake if you consider all digital images fake, because the same technology that takes those images is being used to record me right now.
We know the Earth is flat, therefore we know that NASA is lying. So by default, we cannot accept anything whatsoever that NASA purports. That's as simple as that. So I really don't care if NASA and all the other space agencies have a gazillion pictures of quote-unquote the Earth from space. Most of them, they admit, are CGI composites anyway, so they even admit to faking most of them, but the very few that they claim are actual photo images of the Earth from space must necessarily, by default, be fake, because we know that the Earth is a stationary plane, period.
As for motion, let's go with the scientists at the Technical University of Munich detecting the spin of the Earth using ring lasers back in 2011.
Now, I love how you just breezed right past that alleged proof of Earth motion by simply stating scientists used ring gyroscopes to prove the motion of the Earth, and that's enough said. Because if you actually look at the data that comes back from ring laser gyroscopic experiments, you'll find that they actually prove quite the opposite of what you're claiming. And they prove that indeed the ground is at rest. And this goes back to similar experiments that were done in the earlier in the 1900s. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale experiments were specifically trying to detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun in one of those examples, and to their surprise and dismay, they found results that were incompatible with a Earth in motion. And right around the same time, slightly before, you have the infamous Ares failure experiment using starlight through a telescope. Not to get into the details of it, but Ares also found that the Earth is motionless underneath starlight, which is moving at a given angle, which is why you have to tilt your telescope to a certain angle in order to get good focus on a given star. It is assumed that that is due to Earth motion. However, when you add water to the telescope, which will slow the light down considerably, it's not necessary to further change that angle of the telescope as you would if it was the Earth that was in motion underneath essentially stationary or laterally stationary starlight coming in. So all of these experiments, including modern ones that are done with ring laser gyroscopes, and by the way, ring laser gyroscopes are used primarily on commercial jetliners and such, very well proves the opposite of what you're claiming. And yet it is very typical for globe earthers to make a claim, say that scientists have proven this, and then not even mention anything else about it. Don't even bother looking into it. I'm pretty sure that what you had done was Google searched or wiki searched proof of Earth motion. You found something about ring laser gyros and looked no further into it. Because if you actually look into it, or even get a ring laser gyro for yourself and do experiments with it, you'll find that the data comes back conclusively showing that the Earth is at rest. Gyroscopes wouldn't work on a spinning ball Earth, frankly, but we won't get into all that. It's just, it is very ironic and typical that globe earthers will make sweeping claims about what scientists have done, and they believe that that's enough said. No further information or expression or proof is necessary because science with a capital S did this, X, Y, and Z, and that's good enough for most people, but it ain't good enough for me.
Okay, my next question was wondering what the mechanism is that holds and moves the sun and moon in their paths. Let's watch him punt on this one.
Okay, I'm going to go with my standard answer here and state that this question is irrelevant to the shape and nature of the Earth.
Okay, I'm going to stop you again. You made a claim that the sun was small and local. It's part of your flat Earth concept. You made it relevant. But I also won't let you get away with it's not relevant to the nature of the Earth. Yes, it is. The nature of the Earth is that when people on it look up, they see the sun. It's part of how things are seen from the Earth. So it's very relevant to the nature of the Earth.
Okay, so the only reason that the sun is either millions and millions of miles away, as you believe, or it's local, depending on whether it's a sphere or whether it's flat, is because of observation of the sun. Frankly, the sun is quite irrelevant to whether the Earth is flat or not, but it is something that's in the sky that has convinced everyone that they live on a sphere, starting with allegedly Eratosthenes thousands of years ago. So his claim involving basically triangulating on the sun using Euclidean geometry, spherical trigonometry, the famous globe head experiment that everybody knows about. If you assume the Earth is a sphere, then it places the sun extremely distant. If you assume the Earth is a plane, then it proves that the sun is local, just a few thousand miles away, certainly not millions of miles away. Now, granted, there are some issues even with the measurements taken upon the plane, assuming the Earth is a plane, going into the experiment because of refraction. And there's a lot of flat earthers working on this problem right now. And I think it's doable. That is, triangulating on the sun and accounting perfectly for the refraction or eliminating the refraction index altogether, possibly by triangulating on the sun at the same time from distant points using GPS to get your baseline for the triangle, assuring that the sun is at high noon at a given point so you get that right angle, and you can triangulate on it from, say, 2 or 3 or multiple weather balloons 110,000 feet in the air, putting them above most of the super refractive layer of the troposphere or troposphere, and that should, who knows how much of the refraction it's going to eliminate, who knows how many more layers of atmosphere are up above you at that point at 110,000 feet. But frankly, we really can't get up much higher than that in weather balloons, and everything coming from NASA is necessarily a lie. They've been lying to us since their inception. They were founded by Nazis. Look it up. They are a part of the military, the Department of Defense. They are not an agency that's doing science. They are a government agency, military agency that's doing propaganda. That's been their mission since day one. So we can't trust the Nazis of NASA. But again, the whole point of this is because I'm not claiming that the sun is local willy-nilly. The sun is claimed by your team to be extremely distant. And frankly, based on observation of the sun, according to little observers on Earth, who, it is difficult for us to do things like triangulate on heavenly objects due to the fact that we just don't know how much exactly refraction is affecting the light as it comes from the sun through the magnetic fields, indeed, of the Earth, and through multiple layers, varying layers of temperature and density, atmosphere, necessarily causing the light to refract, probably downward, and it's just frankly impossible for us to get an accurate triangulation on the sun from the ground until we know exactly how much the light is refracting from higher than we can measure in weather balloons. Then we're pretty much SOL. But we do know for sure that the sun is not 93 million, or it's certainly not even a million miles away. So even assuming, that, the globe Earth theory is way off, just way off, because they're assuming that the Earth is a sphere to do the triangulation on the sun. And, frankly, they're not even doing a good job at that, because they claim that they're getting this base right triangle on the sun from an Earth that's in motion. And by the time you get, around the Earth to do your measurements, you've traveled some thousands of miles in space. It's not done at the same time from a moving object, but, that's sort of neither here nor there. The fact is, the sun couldn't possibly be 93 million or even a million miles away. Now, again, this claim is not just pulled out of thin air. It's based on triangulation towards the sun using observation from the ground. And it's the same exact thing that globe earthers do to triangulate on the sun. However, we do not alter our observed values to suit the theory that the Earth is a sphere. So either the Earth is a sphere with an extremely distant sun, or the Earth is a plane with a local sun. That is what it is. It's based on mathematical observations, natural observations, and triangulation on the sun. And again, there are flaws in this either way, because we do not know the exact value that refraction or perturbations from the Earth's magnetic field alters the observation, or alters the position of the apparent sun relative to the actual position of the sun. That is an unknown value, but we certainly know that on a plain Earth that the sun couldn't possibly be even 1% of the distance that globers claim. Now, the fact that you don't realize this about flat Earth, that we're not pulling the local sun out of thin air, goes to show that you have not researched this, because if you actually do take the time to research flat Earth and give it a fair shake, you will be astonished to find that many of the things that you thought once only possible and exclusive to a sphere are indeed not exclusive to a sphere. Another good example would probably be circumnavigation. But let's look at your answer to this question. You're going to say it's gravity. And gravity is a theory that has never been proven and has actually been debunked. But your theory is gravity, which somehow binds the planets and the moons in orbits around the sun and around one another and holds everything together. But this force of gravity that you claim and that you believe in doesn't exist. There's no experimental evidence for it. You can point to the Cavendish experiment as your piece of evidence for this, but frankly, sir, matter does not attract other matter, unless you're talking about some sort of magnetic relationship. But you can't demonstrate large conglomerations of dense matter having an attraction to other large dense conglomerations of matter. And so you have this theory of gravity.
Nope. Gravity is not a theory. It is a known property of matter.
Gravity is not a theory. It is a known property of matter. So, you know, if that was the case, we should see just all sorts of experimental evidence for mass being attracted to mass, much like a magnet can be shown to attract another magnet, and iron filings can be shown to adhere to a magnetic field. We can show experimental evidence for a magnetic field and get a rough idea for where that magnetic field is and what it's doing. And we can manipulate those magnetic fields to get things like electricity, for example. And we have lots of theories as to what's going on with all of that, and especially electricity. But gravity, on the other hand, is something that simply cannot be demonstrated, and the only people who claim to be able to find evidence for it are the liars at LIGO and Sir Henry Cavendish, who possibly didn't even exist in reality. He may have been a concoction of secret societies, to be very honest with you, but much like William Shakespeare arguably was. But that's neither here nor there.
It is a measurable force that acts upon matter and is observed on a daily basis. Drop a ball. It falls.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
And by the way, this is called gravity.
What goes up must come down, therefore we live on a spinning globe. You drop an object and it falls to the ground, therefore gravity? Come on now. What goes up must come down is a law of nature. It's very easily explained on the motionless Earth, motionless planar Earth, by the logical, natural laws of density and buoyancy, and probably governed at the fundamental level as a tendency for higher density objects to tend towards the ground by the static electric charge of the Earth itself. As you increase in altitude, the electric potential increases and therefore will cause an acceleration due to the static electric charge, causing higher density objects to tend towards the ground. And of course you have the barometric pressure aiding in this, and since the object that you're dropping is more dense than the surrounding atmosphere, it will tend to go below that. And again, what's providing that tendency, the underlying tendency needed for, well, down to be down and down to be the way in which objects will tend, is because of the static electric charge of the Earth, probably. Although none of this theory is necessary because, well, frankly, what goes up must come down works far better on a motionless planar Earth than it does on a spinning ball Earth. Because, frankly, if you were actually on the side of a spinning ball, for you to drop an object or even throw an object into the air, the last thing you would ever expect is the object to come back down towards you. If you were actually on the edge of a spinning ball, say you're like at the Gravitron at the fair, standing on the edge of that somehow, if you were to throw an object up away from your head, it would travel more or less at a 90-degree angle to the axis and have a slight tendency out in the direction that you threw it. But it certainly wouldn't continue, spinning around your head or spinning around that object and then dropping past your head towards the ground. That's ridiculous. So what goes up must come down is not proof of gravity. Dropping an object is a demonstration of what goes up must come down. It isn't proof of anything because gravity is a theory to explain that phenomenon. It isn't, this demonstration of yours proves nothing other than the observable reality that what goes up will come down.
Now, the ball moving away from my hand is not evidence of gravity, but the fact that it accelerates away from my hand is evidence. You see, things don't accelerate without force being applied to them. This is basic physics.
Such an acceleration would be exactly what you would expect if it was in fact a magnetic force, electromagnetic force, or the static electric charge attracting any polarity object, whether or not it is a good conductor. Static electric charge could provide high-density objects with a tendency towards the ground, but gravity is wholly unnecessary because we can show the Earth is not a sphere spinning around in a vacuum of space. Since the Earth is not a sphere spinning around in a vacuum, then you don't need the theory of gravity to explain the fact that what goes up will come down. And will even do so with acceleration, not even necessarily at a constant speed. And that's exactly what you would expect with an electromagnetic force or a static electric attraction. So in other words, higher density objects which are accelerated towards the ground could just as easily be explained by electromagnetic phenomenon as opposed to gravitic phenomenon. Firstly, because electromagnetic properties can be demonstrated any old day of the week. Same thing goes with electrostatic attraction, and both of these things are known properties of electromagnetism, not theoretical whatsoever. And it's worth mentioning that an electrostatic charge will be attractive again to any polarity charge. Just take, for example, rub a balloon on your hair and it will attract your hair. Your hair is not made of metal. Take that same negatively charged or static charged balloon next to a running tap of water and you'll see that the water is attracted to the electrostatic charge. And so this attraction or acceleration that is attributed to gravity could very well be caused by something else. Therefore, this acceleration that you're describing is not exclusive to gravity. And so you cannot call it proof of gravity, not to even mention that gravity is only necessary if you assume that the Earth is a sphere. Gravity can only be produced by a spherical Earth in the vacuum of hypothetical theoretical space-time.
So if you let an object go and it moved away at a constant velocity, you could make the argument that there is no external force at work.
Well, possibly. However, if that were the case, and if released objects fell to the ground without acceleration but at a consistent speed, the globe team would most certainly claim that that is exclusive proof of gravity and that the Earth is a spinning globe, because everything in the world, even the most ridiculous notions on a spinning ball Earth, are touted as evidence of gravity and the spinning ball Earth. So that claim doesn't hold any water whatsoever.
But that's not what happens. It accelerates. Now, I know that flat earthers like to say that whatever works against them just doesn't exist, but this force that you say doesn't exist is wholly predictable, measurable, and detectable.
And I agree with you that things will fall at a calculable, measurable, predictable rate, but how do you relate that to proof that the Earth is a sphere at all? Or proof that this phenomenon is caused by the spherical Earth warping the space-time continuum to create a gravity well? Dropping an object, again, is a demonstration of the physical law, what goes up must come down, and gravity is a theory to explain that physical law, assuming, and only assuming, that the Earth is a ball in the vacuum of space-time theory. There is no correlation between these two things whatsoever. What goes up must come down works perfectly well in the flat Earth reality. What goes up must come down works theoretically on the globe Earth model because the magic of gravity, which cannot be detected, cannot be measured by anyone but the liars at LIGO. And I've made videos and commented on that, but their alleged proof of gravity waves is preposterous.
Now, you can say that we can't demonstrate large conglomerations of matter attracting each other, but we can. We can fire satellites near the moon.
We can fire satellites? No, the liars and the Nazis of NASA can fire satellites at the moon.
Watch them get pulled into orbit around them. And I know right now you're saying that that's all fake, that's all fake. Shut up.
Wow, so you're really going to believe everything that NASA claims and everything that the international space agencies claim, although you cannot personally verify anything that they're stating. And in fact, if you were to look at this objectively and realize the obvious truth that the Earth is a stationary plane, you would realize that by default, no matter what, NASA has been deceiving everyone about everything. They're not to be trusted whatsoever, and their information, their data, their so-called videos cannot be considered as proof of anything.
You have no evidence of fakery, but because satellites in orbit blow you out of the water, you have to cry fake.
We have no evidence of fakery. Well, what about air bubbles in space? What about scuba divers on spacewalks? What about astronauts nearly drowning during spacewalks? What about the fact that spacewalks would not be theoretically possible in the vacuum of space? What about the heat in the alleged thermosphere where the ISS supposedly resides? It supposedly gets extremely hot, although they claim the molecules of atmosphere are extremely distant from one another, and so you wouldn't get any convection of heat. Although, what about the cold? What about the vacuum that would cause those rubbery, bubbly suits to explode instantly? You cannot trust anything coming from NASA, and I don't care if you tell me to shut up about it. You need to really look at this because they've been faking everything since they've been around.
And you may be saying it's never been detected, but again, you would be wrong. It's been detected just like that lovely magnetism you like so much has been. Have you seen magnetism? Has anyone? No. Well, when you put iron filings down, you see the field. No, you don't. You see the iron filings lining up with the invisible field. No, we see the results of magnetism. We see objects get pulled, pushed, and levitate. But these are the effects of magnetism, not magnetism itself. And you are perfectly fine with observing the results of magnetism because you want to use magnetism to your own ends. But since gravity doesn't help you, you have to give it the boot.
Since gravity doesn't help us, I mean, come on. Gravity simply doesn't exist. It doesn't have to do with helping us or not. It's something that is it's a theoretical concept which is only necessary if you assume that the Earth is a sphere. Without the spherical nature of the Earth, without infinite space, which is a result of this theory, infinite space is a direct result of the heliocentric globe Earth theory. And so it therefore is just absolutely not necessary at all. It isn't whether it helps us or not. And as for magnetism, that's something that, yes, we can observe. Anyone can duplicate experiments to prove that magnetized objects have a magnetic field, and there's all sorts of applications for electromagnetism. But gravity, on the other hand, there really is no experimental evidence for it. There is no need for it. And really the only experimental evidence for it could very well be an electromagnetic phenomenon causing that, whether that's gravitational lensing in air quotes, or even such things as the Cavendish experiment. What if what goes up must come down is indeed something electromagnetic? Because according to you, if we observe something and then create a theory to explain that observation, then our theory must be correct, right? Oh, well, if you can find other circumstantial evidence to support your theory, then yes. Well, that's absurd. Gravity is a pipe dream. It only exists in people's minds, much like infinite space must only exist in people's minds, much like the curvature of the Earth only exists in people's imaginations, but that doesn't mean that it's true. You have this theory of infinite space, you have this theory of globular planets and suns in this whole infinitude of vacuum. But so, gravity, that's your answer. How does gravity keep the atmospheric pressure of the Earth held fast, adjacent to the infinite vacuum of space? Is gravity now attributed to being structural and tensile material, separating a vacuum from a higher pressure environment? It's absurd. Yet, it's written in textbooks, and so you can point to that theory as somehow evidence, but it is not.
This should probably be a video of its own, but since I have no fear of answering questions, I will address this here. Mainly because this is a question that flat earthers need to be able to answer, but can't since they've decided that gravity doesn't exist. Now, hold on, I hear you out there saying that the flat earth notion doesn't have a vacuum of space to deal with, Jerry, so how can you say that? Well, the premise of this claim from flat earthers is that without a solid barrier, low pressure volumes will draw in the air from high pressure volumes. So the vacuum of space would draw the atmosphere right off the planet, which is true if there wasn't some force acting on the atmosphere. And since the flat earth notion doesn't have that force, it needs to be able to explain why there is a high pressure at sea level and low pressure at high altitudes. Now, I know guys like you like to deny things. It's what you do, but there's no denying that there is a difference between the air pressure at sea level and at altitude. So why doesn't the low pressure of the high altitude volume pull the air up from sea level? Without a force like gravity, the flat earth notion has nothing.
Yes, indeed, you need something like gravity to provide the tendency for higher density objects to tend down and lower density objects to tend to rise above that. So we're talking about density and buoyancy, and I agree that must be governed by something like gravity, but certainly not gravity as you believe it. And we could just as easily say that this could hypothetically be caused due to the static electric charge of the Earth. And again, static electric charge and attraction and electromagnetism are demonstrable. We don't have to go into the realm of theory in order to represent this in real life. And so, the question, therefore, is answered. The reason why you have higher density towards the ground and lower density at higher elevations is because it is the natural order of things governed by the static electric charge of the Earth and not science fiction gravity.
But even with gravity, some explanation is required. When people think of a vacuum, they think of a vacuum chamber, an extremely low pressure volume near a normal pressure volume, separated by a barrier. When that barrier is removed, the system balances with the high pressure volume rushing to fill the other volume. But the real world doesn't have volumes with this extreme difference in pressure sitting next to each other. It's not black-white like this. It's a gradient. It goes from higher density atmosphere to lower density over a distance of hundreds of miles. There's really no defining border between what we call atmosphere and what we call space. We just picked a spot and said, this is outer space. In our atmosphere, there's no high pressure volume sitting next to a low pressure volume. No, we have a high pressure volume sitting next to a volume that's almost the same, sitting next to a volume that's almost the same, and so on all the way up. There's so little difference between these volumes that there's no force pulling on it that overcomes the pull of gravity. But that's a system that has gravity. Since flat earthers have discarded gravity, they have to find a way of explaining how they can have low pressure and high pressure without them evening out.
First of all, your explanation there is wholly inadequate. It is claimed that space is indeed a vacuum, which the most basic definition of this would be an environment that holds a lower pressure than some other environment. So unless you're talking about a perfect vacuum, which is a vacuum compared to any environment, the vacuum of space must necessarily be of a lower pressure than the Earth's gaseous atmosphere. And at some point, you have to cross the threshold, or the Kármán line. You have to cross that threshold between a pressurized gaseous environment and the vacuum of space. Now, to claim that it is a gradient that allows for this is just absurd. First of all, gravity is claimed to be directly related to the density of an object, or the density of two objects in a related gravity relationship, and the proximity between the two. So a square meter of air near the ground is higher density than air that's way up in the sky. So right there, the air near the ground would have a higher gravitational attraction than the air adjacent to the vacuum of space, just due to the density of the air and the type of gas that it is. Furthermore, the proximity of lower level gases is much closer to the Earth, to the source of gravity. Therefore, gravity would be much more prevalent at lower altitudes than at higher altitudes. Yet somehow there must be some molecule of air, whatever that gas is, adjacent to the vacuum of space at the end of this hypothetical gradient that you speak of. And your claim is that it is the very weak force of gravity holding that single molecule of air in place adjacent to the vacuum of space. There's no way around it. I don't care if you put the gradient out for millions of miles, you would still have to face this fact. At the end of the day, you can only kick that can down the road so far, and frankly, your explanation falls flat on its face. Fluid dynamics is something that anyone can demonstrate, and unfortunately for your theory, you cannot have a pressurized system adjacent to a vacuum without a solid barrier structure separating the two. And no matter what the mental gymnastics or theoretical acrobatics you perform to make this seem to work in your theoretical model, it doesn't explain it adequately. You are grasping at straws to preserve your paradigm. You, like all the other globers, refuse to critically re-examine the globe-Earth theory in order to see if it is even plausible, because you're going with the programmed belief that was instilled into your mind since you were very young that the Earth is a sphere, no matter what other evidence is presented. Well, in terms of low pressure and high pressure gradients without evening out, it has to do with lots of different things. The density of the air, or the particulates, or the gases that the air is made of, that causes layers to form, much like an unshaken vinaigrette. You also have temperature, and lots of different factors go into this, but that's really nothing that we need to explain. The Earth is shown to be flat and motionless, and so all of this other stuff is, it's interesting stuff to experiment with and maybe theorize around with. But at the end of the day, we do not have to explain any of this. Now, your claim that there is no high pressure system sitting next to a vacuum, you're going to explain away the impossibility of having any sort of high pressure system existing within an infinite vacuum, which is not physically possible according to basic fluid dynamics. And you're going to take that stance and say that we have to explain why you have high and low pressure areas that don't mix and equalize. That's just absurd. And none of this has any bearing whatsoever on the curvature of the Earth, or whether or not the Earth is in motion, which it's not. You're obviously dancing around these issues because you know full well that you're never going to produce any sort of repeatable evidence to show that the Earth is in just mind-boggling, ball-numbing motion, or has any sort of curvature at all.
I next ask why we don't see a different face and phase of the moon in different places on Earth.
You honestly should have named this video 11 irrelevant questions that you believe you have answers to, but have absolutely nothing to do with the shape or nature of the Earth.
The flat Earth notion makes definitive claims about the nearness of the moon. That nearness brings with it basic geometric properties. Remember your claim about using geometry? Yeah, you love geometry when you think it's in your favor. But when you know it slaps you down, it's irrelevant.
Well, I guess you didn't catch this, but what I said was geometry literally, etymologically means measure the Earth. And so when I say you should practice geometry, we should all practice geometry, what I mean literally is to measure the Earth for curvature. And so that's why, and if you do the geometry and try to triangulate on the moon, if you assume a planar Earth, you get a distance of just short of 4,000 miles. But again, I believe that, and the same thing with the sun. Again, I believe that these numbers are off because of atmospheric refraction. And if we can figure out exactly how much light is refracting, not using necessarily charts that are confirmed by NASA to show what gases are in the different layers of the upper atmosphere plane, because we don't have any way to confirm that. But maybe we could at least get above the troposphere or high up in the troposphere to get rid of most of that really potent refraction towards the ground. Perhaps we can get a better estimate of the distance to the sun and the moon. But what I mean by practice geometry is measure the Earth for curvature, and you will find that there is none. Now, in short, the answer to your question is we don't know what the sun and moon are. We don't know how large they are. We don't know how far they are. But for all intents and purposes, it appears that what we're seeing as the sun and the moon are subjective instances that are decoded by our eyes and our minds.
Let me hear that again.
Instances that are decoded by our eyes and our minds.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Didn't you say earlier that making stuff up was against the spirit of the flat Earth community?
No, I'm not making stuff up. That's a true statement, but I think you're not understanding me correctly. Whatever the source light of the sun and the moon are, we can say hypothetically that they're spheres way up there somewhere, but we don't necessarily know that they are spheres. Whatever they are, they're casting light, shining light, down towards the Earth, and that light is being perturbed, most certainly, at least by the atmosphere plane, and probably also by the Earth's magnetic field. And so by the time that light reaches our eye, it's something altogether different, or it's a different presentation of those same objects, or of that light, for someone who is, say, 500 miles away. Okay, so that's the point that I'm making, is that they are subjective. What you're seeing as the sun and the moon and the stars, that's a subjective instance for one little observer on the Earth. And if you take another observer on the Earth, say 500 miles away or 1,000 miles away, they are going to have a separate subjective instance of that same source light, but it's going to have traveled through their own little perspective bubble, if you will. So if you can imagine you have a basketball court, and on that basketball court, every foot you have lined up an entire grid from goal to goal, and from sideline to sideline, an entire grid of little upturned glasses of water, curved glasses of water. And from within each one of those little curved glasses, you could observe, let's say you take a stadium light and pass it over from goal to goal, overhead all these little subjective, these little upturned glasses of water. And if you were to observe that same event of the light traveling across from goal to goal, you would see that light differently from each one of those little glasses of water. So, and it would appear to rise and set on a curved path up and around you. And if you could position yourself instantly from that glass to another one, you would have another subjective instance of that same event. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's like the Matrix or something, but you carry that misunderstanding as a theme for the remainder of the video, and it really makes you look quite silly.
You just said that the sun and moon aren't really there, and they're just visions in our head. Do you have no idea how absurd that sounds?
Yeah, it's pretty absurd, but it's coming from you. It's not coming from me. You just misunderstood me. And, of course, you're putting words in my mouth, saying that I said things that I never did. Thank you for this very typical example of how globe earthers completely miss any and all logical points made by flat earthers, and then run with those misunderstandings as proof of silly flat earthers.
And you have absolutely zero evidence to support your claim. I mean, seriously, if the sun and moon's positions and appearance are irrelevant to the shape of the earth, why did you have to come up with this garbage?
Well, frankly, the flat earth conversation always turns to the heavenly luminaries for some reason, as if they prove a spherical earth. And so all we can really do is show how, real world demonstrable examples of how light isn't necessarily always what meets the eye. Not, pun intended. But it really isn't. We're taught to assume that light always travels in straight lines directly to your eye from the heavens, and that simply isn't the case. Light is refracted around by atmosphere, and it can certainly be perturbed by strong magnetic fields. And I don't have to prove this to you. Disprove me. Show me, disprove the notion that light can be perturbed by magnetic fields or by refraction, and then I'll shut up about this. But frankly, I know that's not going to happen, and so the main reason for this is because triangulations on the sun and the moon and even the stars really cannot be done adequately from the Earth due to these phenomenon, because really the only way that you're going to triangulate on such things from the ground is through media that perturbs light, and it's not that there is no control involved, because we frankly have no way of knowing exactly how much, to what degree and what direction the light is going to be perturbed by these natural phenomena.
I'll tell you why. Because you know that these things are connected. The shape and motion of the earth affects what we see when we look up and when we look out. And changing the earth being flat and motionless makes nothing we see in the sky make sense. So you have to make something up that you can't prove. More stuff that you can't prove.
No, you're being ridiculous. The fact that light is perturbed by magnetic fields and atmosphere is not something that's necessary for our model to work. It's actually the reason why we cannot get any sort of adequate triangulation on the heavenly luminaries. Otherwise, we could answer a lot more of these questions definitively. But see, we're intellectually honest, and we're not just going to make stuff up and go with the value 3926 miles, which is what you typically get when you triangulate on the sun and the moon.
You are multiplying your unknowns. I've mentioned this before, that you flat earthers are performing a kind of reverse Occam's razor. You all know Occam's razor, right? It's that thing that charlatans refer to when they think science is too hard. Yeah, well, Occam's razor comes down to this. When faced with two equally valid solutions to a problem, the simpler solution is preferred.
Well, I don't think that's a rule for charlatans. I think that's actually a practical rule of thumb that is typically correct, as rule of thumbs typically are. Occam's razor states that the simplest possible answer typically is, and in nature that typically is the case, so it's naturally preferred. I don't think it means to say that we should prefer those answers in theory. I mean, maybe that's what it means, but I've always taken it to mean that nature prefers the most simple operations, and so the simplest explanations are usually true, and that's usually the case with other things.
More specifically, nothing more should be added to a solution than is necessary. More specifically still, you should look to reduce the number of uncertainties in your solution. Reduce the number of unknown factors. Excuse me while I digress a moment. In this case, if we humor the flat earthers and consider it equally valid for a moment, it breaks down like this. Why does the moon, or sun, but we're just talking about the moon here, appear the way it does to people all over the earth in the globe model? Rising and setting phases and all that. In the globe model, it's determined by the shape and motion of the Earth, distance and motion of the moon, perspective, and refraction, particularly near the horizon. For flat earthers, it's determined by the shape of the Earth, no motion, the distance and motion of the moon, perspective, refraction, atmospheric lensing or magnification. That's why they don't get smaller as they go away, apparently. And now you've added some kind of imaging signal that's somehow sent to and decoded by our brains.
Okay, your analogy is absurd because you're trying to say that somehow flat Earth is more complicated than the globe Earth, which is just the opposite of the truth. And you're using this straw man argument of sunrise and sunset. Indeed, we know that light is perturbed by the atmosphere or the atmosphere at the very least. And so for you to say that that's somehow us overcomplicating things with our theory is just ridiculous. We're taking into account natural observable phenomenon. That's what we should be doing. Now, for you to say that I added in this thing on the end where our minds interpret this data, so what are you saying, that your brain is not interpreting the light waves coming to your eye? Obviously, your brain doesn't have anything to do with this, otherwise you'd realize that the Earth is not a spinning ball. But for you to claim that our brains are somehow not interpreting the light coming from the sun or the moon or the stars is just ridiculous. And for you to not understand that that light is coming to me in Florida, it's a different instance of that light for somebody who's in, say, Oregon, right? So that's all I'm saying. And yeah, indeed, that information is decoded by our brain. It 100% is. And if you disagree with me, then you probably need to go into some biology classes, because it's fairly well accepted by science that light enters through our eye and then is ultimately decoded by our brain. And the light that's coming from the sun and the other heavenly luminaries is certainly traveling through sort of a personal bubble for everyone. Everyone has their own personal perspective bubble around them that has atmosphere, and they may be at a different altitude with different barometric pressure, and so the light is going to be perturbed differently for people in varying areas. It just is the case. And I would add that for you to take a misunderstanding of my position and run with that as if it's proof of something, it is very typical, but you cannot use your misunderstandings in order to prove a thing.
On the globe side, we know that what the size of the Earth is and its motion. We know the size, distance, and motion of the moon. We can measure refraction in the atmosphere, and we know how perspective works. Everything is accounted for. Flat Earthers don't know how big their Earth is. And don't say you do, the Morgile, because you have more video to go through, and you don't. You don't know specifics about the distance and size of the moon. Perspective is a known value, as is basic refraction. Atmospheric magnification is something you guys made up and don't have any way of measuring. And nobody knows what the hell this is, this magic garbage you came up with. And you just let it fall from your lazy mouth like you were reading a newspaper headline. How do you do that?
You really are laying it on thick, I must say. Your misunderstanding of my position sure is a fountain of angst for you. I get it. But really, it's not scoring you any points in this discussion at all. Promise. And I agree with your point that we have no way of measuring that factor, if you will, that last factor, which would be how the light is perturbed for each instance. So again, if we're, say, trying to triangulate on the sun, there's no way to account for the refraction from the tip of the atmosphere to your eye. And there's no way that we can do that and get an accurate triangulation distance to the sun.
And why do we even talk about distance or perspective or refraction or magnification if it's all just a vision in your head? None of that matters.
I'm not saying that the physical world doesn't exist outside of our head, or I'm not saying that the sun and the moon don't exist outside of our head. What I'm saying is that the light coming from them is rendered by our eye and our mind, but first it must travel through lots of different media, magnetic fields and different layers of atmosphere before it reaches our eye, and it's going to do so differently for an observer, say in Florida, to an observer, say in China, or an observer in California. That's the point. It's a subjective instance of that event, whether you're talking about sunrise or sunset or whatever.
What?
And so, more or less, it appears that we're looking at projections. And these projections are given from some source light for the sun and the moon and the stars, and they are rendered into the visual spectrum by the atmosphere or the atmosphere itself. And again, for you to just keep asking these totally irrelevant questions is just so very typical for your people with your position, but it really does get rather tiresome, because I would love to see your evidence for geological curvature and geological motion. And again, this has nothing to do whatsoever with the heavenly luminaries. It has everything to do with basic demonstrable physics, basic demonstrable geometry, and nothing more. We don't have to get into theoretical absurdities.
Dude. You do not get to talk about using basic geometry and physics. Not 30 seconds ago, you said that the sun and moon are projections decoded by our minds.
Okay, so you're really going to take the stance that light does not enter our eye and then is decoded by our brain? Really?
If that's not a theoretical absurdity, then words have no meaning.
Dude. You don't understand what I was talking about. Stop acting like you have a point.
That was the definitive theoretical absurdity. If you look up those words online, there's going to be a picture of you saying, "The moon is a projection, man."
Wow. So you really do take this whole misunderstanding stuff and then running with it very, very far, don't you?
Are you kidding me? He's kidding me, right? It's a joke?
Would you like to point to any experimental evidence that shows curvature of the Earth or motion of the Earth? Because neither of these things exist, and without that, you have no model.
Oh, man. He's back on the curvature and motion thing.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, back on the whole curvature and motion thing, because, honestly, sir, if the Earth was a spinning sphere, there would be just endless amounts of evidence to support that theory. And unfortunately, every bit of practical, demonstrable, repeatable evidence shows conclusively that the Earth is a plane and it is at complete and utter rest. For example, if you get into an airplane and fly in any direction, change velocities, and then do a proper nosedive, the ground will always be stationary beneath the nose of the plane, proving conclusively that the Earth is not in motion, orbital, axial, nothing, no motion whatsoever.
Okay, let's see. How about all of these pictures of buildings in the distance that are hidden behind the curve of the Earth that no amount of P900 zooming will ever be able to bring back?
Obviously has to do with refraction. The light from those buildings, bouncing off those buildings, is tending towards the higher density gradient, as light always does, and so it appears that those buildings are lower than the horizon in the foreground. Also, you have the simple operation of perspective, which causes objects to apparently squish towards the ground, bottom first. Also, those buildings, if they're distant enough, they appear much larger than they should from that distance. And this actually proves the fact that the atmosphere causes light to be magnified at a distance. So none of this is theory that's necessary to support the fact that the Earth is flat, but it's observational theory that is supported by experimental evidence. And the fact that you haven't looked into this just goes to show, it's typical. It's very typical for people with your position to have not looked into this in depth at all. And that's a shame, but it does not help your side of the argument at all.
For motion, how about measurable stellar parallax? That is, consistent with an Earth moving a great distance over 6 months, but inconsistent with a stationary Earth.
So again, you're looking at the lights in the night sky trying to prove the shape and nature of the Earth. Yet again, which doesn't get you anywhere. The lights in the night sky are not indicative of what's going on down here. Everything in the sky is apparently in motion above the stationary Earth. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there are objects in motion up there. However, we'll leave that for another video altogether. What this means is that, or rather, what I mean by prove motion of the Earth is to actually provide some shred of physical evidence that your ass is zipping along a curve at 1,000 miles an hour and orbiting along a curve at 66,600 miles an hour. So prove to me that we are standing on the nose of a bullet at sunrise, speeding up towards our feet at 66,600 miles an hour, and then 12 hours later at sunset, the Earth is zipping away from our feet, so we're riding on the tail of a speeding bullet, Earth, going 66,600 miles an hour down and away from our feet. Such motion does not exist. It is fantasy, and that's it, nothing more. It's fantasy, and you're never going to provide evidence for the motion that you believe in because it does not exist. The Earth is at rest. And if you'd like to talk about the alleged motion of the Earth over 6 months, from, say, summer to winter, 6 months apart, visible space, 90 degrees overhead from the equator at midnight, let's just say, visible space would be on the opposite end of the universe, according to your theory, from summer to winter. And what this means is that we should have a unique set of constellations that could only be visible in certain seasons. However, we can see many of the same constellations from 90 degrees overhead of the equator all year long from some position on Earth, and this is physically not possible according to your heliocentric theory. The fact that we do not have a unique set of stars overhead from season to season demonstrates that the spinning ball Earth theory is complete nonsense. In fact, if even one single star is visible overhead at midnight in the summer, if that same star, even one single star, one single time in history, is visible overhead of the equator in winter as well, then the heliocentric globe Earth standard model simply does not describe reality, because again, what is overhead at night, at midnight in the winter, would be on the opposite end of the universe in the summer. One instance would be facing north of the galactic equator. The other instance, 6 months later, would be facing south of the galactic equator. And the fact that we can see many, many, many constellations that are even overhead of the equator from season to season adequately refutes the theory that we are orbiting the sun on a ball. And this is a good example of what I had mentioned earlier in the video in terms of the best or the most effective application of the scientific method is to disprove or attempt to disprove standing accepted theorem. Because all it takes is one instance of a visible star overhead of the equator at midnight from winter to summer to completely nullify any heliocentric theory or any basis in reality that the heliocentric theory may hold. And so therefore the process of elimination and using the scientific method, using basic observations and logical interpretations of those observations to disprove a standing theory is the most effective, quintessential application of the scientific method. And I'm not sure why you would disagree with me on that, as you mentioned earlier, that the scientific method is not used to falsify things. Again, I would just mention that the scientific method never claims to prove a positive, but can indeed prove something to be false or prove a negative. Of course, scientific experimentation can render results which align to a theory or provide evidence to support a theory. It is not claimed that such supporting evidence is proof of a theory. At least that's the vernacular that globe earthers use. I'm not even necessarily making this claim. This is globe earth physics' very own claim.
And nearby luminaries. Because if the stars were just lights 5, 10, 20,000 miles up, we would see a parallax just going from San Francisco to Paris. But we don't. We only see it when the entire Earth has moved a great distance.
Well, that isn't true. Assuming a flat Earth where the stars are approximately the same distance away, the source light of the stars, that is, not the apparent stars, but supposing that the source light for the stars all exist on relatively the same plane, then you would not expect to see parallax from, between the United States and France, or whatever example you gave. Now, on the other hand, if we're humoring the heliocentric globe Earth standard theory, it is claimed by your theory that we are traveling through space, ultimately with the Milky Way galaxy's frame of reference as the most ludicrous speed and velocity. And it is also claimed by globe earthers that all of the stars are varying in their distances. Something like visible stars are claimed to range in distance from a couple of light years to many, many hundreds or even thousands or millions of light years. And as we're allegedly traveling through space with the sun and the galaxy, you really would expect to see noticeable stellar parallax, which would mean the relative positions of the stars would change. The stars that are more distant would apparently move more slowly relative to stars that are much closer. And again, that would be adhering to the laws of parallax. However, again, it is a phantom of the heliocentric globe Earth theory that you must necessarily place the stars so very distant, because in fact we do not see any sort of noticeable, obvious stellar parallax. And this was a big problem for the globe Earth theory when it was in its infancy, and some scientismic pontificate came up with the theory that the stars are just so very distant that no matter how far you travel through space, the relative positions will not change at all. And again, this is why, as flat earthers, we can safely assert that the stars are nowhere near as distant as claimed by globe earthers, because the very, very distant stars are indeed a phantom of your theory and nothing more. The globe earthers would not have to position the stars at hundreds of light years away, trillions of miles away, if it were not for this lack of parallax, or lack of obvious noticeable stellar parallax over the course of, say, a lifetime, or over several hundred years, as documented by generations of astronomers.
Next up, I ask about lunar eclipses and how it works in a flat Earth system. And if it's not the Earth shadow, then what is it?
Frankly, this is just another one of these questions, and I suppose that you believe flat earthers are afraid to answer them, but goodness gracious, why would we waste our time answering questions about your model when you don't even have a physical basis in reality for your model? Again, if the Earth isn't a sphere, and that's provable, and if it's not in motion, which is also demonstrable, then there's no reason to start, grasping at straws to figure out how things work on your model and explain things better when we don't need a model. We're not claiming to have a model. We're simply stating clearly that the Earth isn't a ball.
Okay, I'm going to pause here for a second and point out what I see as a problem with the psyche of this and many flat earthers. He claims to be about facts and science and math and reality, but is thoroughly not interested in exploring reality. No, he shows complete disdain for the concept of developing a clear picture of how things work. He has no problem vomiting complete and utter bull as long as he thinks he can confidently say, there is no curvature.
Well, first of all, it has nothing to do with how confidently we say there's no curvature. However, it has everything to do with the fact that there isn't any curvature. So whether I say it, or yell it, or put it in braille, or send a smoke signal to relay the message, the fact remains that there isn't any curvature. Now, you claim that my position entails being ignorant of, your side of the argument, more or less, paraphrasing. However, that is the opposite of the truth. I grew up on planet Earth, in air quotes, just like everyone else did. I was trained at a very young age to believe, much to my dismay and incredulity, that we live on a spinning ball. And eventually, just like any other mind control operation, if you repeat something enough with authority and assert it to children, they will believe it. And just like you and everyone else, I went on believing this ridiculous, absurd misunderstanding about the shape of the Earth for the majority of my life. Now, it was about 3 years ago now, almost to the day, that I started looking at this whole spinning ball Earth phenomenon as an objective, skeptical adult. And that's the difference between flat earthers and globe earthers, is flat earthers are typically very well versed in the heliocentric values. Also, we are very well versed in the flat earth proofs and the flat earth values. On the other hand, globe earth believers, as a rule, know usually less about the globe earth theory than your average flat earther does, and know absolutely nothing about the facts related to the flat and motionless Earth. And this isn't because those facts don't exist, it's because we are conditioned from the time that we're very young to view everything through the lens of a spherical Earth, no matter what evidence is presented. So your position here is very ironic that you would state what you stated in that way, because you and the globe earth believers are guilty of exactly what you are claiming flat earthers are guilty of. However, flat earthers are absolutely not guilty of what you're claiming at all. So it is completely bass-ackwards. So, I'll pose a question. Do you know what the expected curvature should be for an observer on Earth looking parallel to the ground off towards the horizon, preferably across a standing body of water? Now, if you were to poll 100 globe earthers and 100 flat earthers about this equation related strictly to the globe Earth, you will find that the majority of flat earthers know that the curvature calculation equation would be represented as 8 inches per mile squared. However, if you polled the 100 globe earthers, I would be willing to bet that less than 10% of them, and probably if you're talking about people who have never heard of the flat earth debate, such globe earthers would have zero understanding. So 0 out of 100 would know the expected curvature drop due to allegedly living on a sphere with a radius of nearly 4,000 miles. So this is just one example of how flat earthers know more about the globe Earth than your average globe earther, and obviously know more about flat Earth than the average globe earther. So the globe earthers are actually at a distinct disadvantage in this conversation, yet they are given the appearance of an advantage or even a viable position in this conversation because all of theoretical science agrees with them. It agrees with you. However, just because consensus agrees with you does not make your position valid whatsoever. And I do challenge you and all other globe earthers to skeptically and objectively revisit the topic of a spinning ball Earth, which is something that you obviously have not done since you were a toddler, being taught that you live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space. And the reason that I know you have not looked at this, again, objectively and skeptically, is because you still believe that you live on a spinning ball. It is impossible to review this evidence that has been made very public all over the place as a rational, skeptical adult It's impossible to review the globe Earth hypothesis and come back with any other conclusion other than the Earth couldn't possibly be a ball and it couldn't possibly be in motion. The only alleged evidence supporting this position is theoretical and at best circumstantial evidence. There is no proof that anyone can point to that shows the Earth has curvature, nor is it in motion. And, you know, you can say that this is something that I'm harping on with no sort of conversational or scientific validity to it, but these are the basic tenets of what you believe. You believe that the Earth is a spinning ball, and so curvature is necessary to support your belief, and so is just mind-boggling motion in terms of supersonic axial rotation and hypersonic orbital motion and ludicrous solar orbital motion and beyond asinine galactic motion. And by the way, the galaxy, or rather galaxies outside of the so-called Milky Way galaxy, weren't even postulated until 1929. So, just a little factoid there. Learn something new every day.
Actual science means nothing to him.
It's not spinning. And, you know, maybe I should stop answering these questions, but okay. So, in terms of a lunar eclipse, or eclipses in general, there are major problems with your model, and we don't need to have answers for these because you don't have answers either, and you've got at least a 500-year head start.
As I said, actual science means nothing to these people.
No, sir. Theoretical sciences, especially absurd theoretical sciences, mean nothing to us flat earthers. However, unfortunately, it appears, and I could give numerous examples, that basic demonstrable facts mean nothing to globe heads, because if a demonstrable, obvious fact doesn't fit neatly into your spinning spherical paradigm, then you ignore said facts and ridicule the person pointing out these facts.
Now, his next non-answer is 7 minutes long, but I'm going to let it play and come back later.
Now, one of the biggest problems with eclipses in general is the umbra-penumbra phenomenon, where you have essentially pinpointer converging conical shadows coming from, you know, these spherical objects in space, and unfortunately, nowhere in reality can you demonstrate shadows behaving as such. In reality, an object that obstructs a light source will cast a shadow that is divergent from the obstruction. So you'll have a conical shape that gets wider and wider away from the obstruction and away from the light source. In your theoretical absurd version of reality, you have, and you must have, shadows which converge into a point from the obstruction, which is the opposite of what we see in reality. Now, I will also mention that Eratosthenes' ancient Greek experiment that allegedly proved the circumference of the Earth by measuring the shadow angles of two different locations on the same meridian, triangulating on the sun and getting the result, that Eratosthenes experiment relies 100% on the inbound light rays from the sun coming in at nearly perfectly parallel angles to one another. Now, unfortunately, you would like to have your cake and eat it too. You want to have the light rays coming from the sun at more or less perfectly parallel angles to one another, but also having the light rays from the sun coming in at convergent angles in order to create a convergent pinpointer stylus-like shadow, which, for example, for solar eclipses, when, you know, the moon allegedly transits the sun causing solar eclipses, the totality of the moon's shadow is usually around 50 or 60 miles in diameter. However, there have been cases on record where the totality, the moon's shadow, was less than 2 miles in diameter. And this doesn't make any sense in your model, again, because Eratosthenes' experiment, which is still a flagship quote-unquote proof of a spherical Earth, must have the sunlight coming in at parallel lines from the sun, but you also must have the sunlight coming in at a convergent angle to create this umbra-penumbra effect, which again, you cannot demonstrate this in reality. When a shadow is cast from an object obstructing a light source, that shadow is going to be equal to or greater than the cross-section of the object which is obstructing the light source. Nowhere in reality can you demonstrate shadows which converge into a point. Only in your theoretical model do you see this, because you must have that to make it work. But again, this contradicts the entire basis for your theory, which is Eratosthenes' experiment way back in Alexandria and Syene a couple thousand years ago. So again, I know it sounds like I'm beating a bit of a dead horse here, but we don't have to answer your silly questions. The Earth doesn't have curvature, it's not in motion, therefore it's not a spinning sphere. Other than that, maybe we need theoretical people to start looking at answers to some of these things, but first, you need to look for the answers, or others need to look for the answers. We can't do it all. And one thing that we simply refuse to do is fill in blanks or fill in unknown values with just absolute nonsense theory. We want to take a zetetic approach to this, which means to proceed with our inquiry only based on what we can prove. Now, I'll just give you another thing that's wrong with the heliocentric model, which is, this whole thing is absurd because the Earth clearly isn't a ball. But your question was, how is the Earth casting a shadow on the moon? And if it's not the Earth's shadow, then what is it? Well, in your model, the moon should technically travel through the shadow of the Earth far more frequently than the moon would apparently transit the sun, according to an observer on Earth. Now, the reason for this is because the Earth's shadow should technically be at least as wide as the Earth itself. Okay, it should. Frankly, it should diverge. The Earth's shadow should diverge from the Earth, going away from the sun. But instead, what we have is, again, this peculiar pinpointer stylus shadow of the Earth going off into space, creating a little pinpoint in space that the moon must hit dead on balls in order to get a lunar eclipse, right? But if you look at a 100-year stretch, there are roughly equivalent number of lunar and solar eclipses, which is just ridiculous in the heliocentric model, because in order to have a solar eclipse, then the moon must transit the sun, and there's only one point that the moon could do this from. But on the other end of this spectrum, in terms of lunar eclipses, the Earth should be casting a wide divergent conical shadow into space, and the moon should transit this shadow quite frequently, certainly more frequently than solar eclipses. But again, we see roughly the same number over a 100-year period, and this is just yet another piece of evidence against your model. But again, to answer your question, if the Earth is demonstrably not a sphere, and I challenge you to produce one shred of physical evidence to show that the Earth is a sphere, then there's no point in answering your question. We don't know what causes lunar eclipses. Now, it could be something along the lines of a Faraday effect, could be something along the lines of a Rahu and Ketu heavenly body that is not within the visible spectrum that transits the moon during lunar eclipses. But again, until the Earth is shown to be spherical, then there's absolutely no point in trying to answer these questions in a flat Earth model, because we frankly need to get the world on board with this scientific inquiry first, and then we'll start answering these questions later. Again, we refuse to just start pulling stuff out of our asses and writing it into textbooks, forcing it down the throats of all generations of toddlers, and then calling it fact. That is not how science is done.
Okay, that was a whole lot of nothing. Let's work backwards. He says pulling stuff out of your ass isn't how science is done. Yet, As we have seen, he is perfectly happy with pulling stuff out of his ass.
A whole lot of nothing. The fact that the moon, which you claim to be 1,000 miles in diameter, often casts a shadow upon the Earth, which is less than 50 miles in diameter, sometimes even less than 2 miles in diameter, is a whole lot of nothing, when in fact it disproves your theory about the moon being as large and as distant as it is. Wow. See, that's what I mean by globe earthers just refuse to listen to reason, ignore facts, and then claim that nothing was said. Wow, I mean, could you bury your head into the sand any further? Only in your misunderstandings am I pulling stuff out of my ass. The misunderstanding that you're pointing to all of these times is again the fact that light comes from the heavenly luminaries through a variety of perturbances before meeting our eye, and that is done differently for observers in different places. So it is a subjective instance of that light source that is indeed being decoded by our eyes and then our brains.
And you know how science isn't done?
We don't need to have answers for these because you don't have answers either.
Let's see. You say there shouldn't be about the same amount of lunar eclipses as there are solar eclipses because the moon shadow is small and the Earth shadow is big. And it should hit the moon more often. Except for the fact that the Earth is really big so that the moon shadow has a bigger target to hit.
No, that's ridiculous. The sun, the angular size of the sun, is usually about the same as that of the moon, although sometimes you get annular eclipses or total eclipses, proving conclusively that the apparent angular size of the sun and the moon does indeed change. Otherwise, you would never have the phenomenon of annular and solar eclipses. They would always be exactly the same, but they're not. So at any rate, the moon, when traversing the sun to produce a solar eclipse, humoring the heliocentric model only, it would have a single point that it could go through the sky to transit to cause a total solar eclipse, whereas in the reverse, when you're talking about a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow should be at least 8,000 miles in diameter, should be actually a conical shape going wider as you get distance from the Earth. If it was to behave as light and shadow do, you would expect to see the moon go through that area more frequently than threading the needle and apparently transiting the sun, which would be literally a single point in space. Okay, so this is you can look at this as either a top-down view or a side view of not to scale representation of the heliocentric explanation for eclipses. Okay, so we'll start with solar eclipses, and hopefully this will illustrate why, or illustrate what my point is here. Okay, so first off, we'll start with the sun. Obviously it's going to be much larger than that to scale, but it's claimed by the heliocentric team that because of the sun's distance, by the time the light from the sun reaches us, it is more or less the same angular size, apparent angular size as the moon. More or less. Now this does vary, and the reason that I say this is because, again, we have annular and total eclipses. So like an annular eclipse would be, and it wouldn't be a full moon, it would necessarily be a no moon phase doing this, but whatever. An annular eclipse happens when the moon is apparently smaller than the angular size of the sun, and a total eclipse is when the moon is apparently the same size, the same angular size as the sun. Okay, now the point is though, and whether you're looking at this from top down or from the side, like 90 degrees on the ecliptic plane, it works either way. And so what you have in terms of a solar eclipse is you have the moon, which allegedly orbits the Earth plus or minus 5 degrees from the ecliptic plane. Okay, so sometimes it would be, you know, up here, sometimes it would be down here, and only under very rare occasions does the moon align to the ecliptic plane on the no moon phase, and that would be the condition necessary for a solar eclipse. Okay, so you have all of the points that you need to know where the moon would be. Okay, so since it would be a no moon phase necessarily to result in a total or in a solar eclipse, then we know that the moon is aligned to the sun on the sun side of the earth. So if we picture this right now, we'll say this is a side view, not a top-down view. Sometimes the moon would be up here, sometimes it would be down there, but during the no moon phase, if it happens to be aligned to the ecliptic plane perfectly during the no moon phase, then the moon's going to apparently transit the sun, and there is only one point in space that can occur. And if you consider this as a top-down view of the same thing, so just sort of picture you're looking down upon the ecliptic plane, and sometimes the moon would be above the sun, sometimes the moon would be below the sun from a top-down view, north or south of the sun on the ecliptic plane. But when it's just right, according to the heliocentric model, the moon is going to transit the sun. And so there is only one point in space that could be from a top-down perspective. And again, from a side view perspective, there's only one point in space that could be. Now, where would this point be relative to an observer on Earth when talking about the sun? Well, it would be aligned to high noon, because the sun is directly overhead, say, of the equator on the equinox, just to make it simple and perfect, at high noon. And the same thing goes for days that are not the equinox. The sun would be its highest point in the sky, or aligned to the point on Earth closest to the sun. That is going to be high noon. So, in order for the moon to apparently transit the sun according to an observer on Earth, no matter which way you look at it, technically solar eclipses should only occur at high noon. We have it locked down from both axes, from the X and Y axes, looking down or looking at a side view of it. And frankly, that isn't the case in reality. The solar eclipses do not only occur at high noon. Now, this alignment requires that the moon be on the no moon phase, perfectly on the no moon phase, as it transits the ecliptic plane, and therefore it would apparently transit the sun. Okay, so that would be a rare circumstance. Now, what my claim is involving why lunar eclipses should be more common than solar eclipses is because on the other end of this, to make a lunar eclipse, all the moon needs to do is pass within the shadow of the Earth. Now, globe earthers will have you believe, and we are going to touch on this point in more detail here in a minute, but globe earthers will have you believe that the Earth casts a shadow which diminishes in size progressively or proportionally with distance from the Earth. Now, that cannot be demonstrated in reality, but this is what's used to explain away the fact that solar eclipses are practically just as common as lunar eclipses over, a 100-year period. And furthermore, the moon casts a shadow according to the heliocentric values that is similar to this of the Earth, where you've got a conical shadow which decreases in angular size proportionally with distance, which again, such shadows cannot be demonstrated in reality. Just take a nice little moon shadow count. And so this is why it is claimed that the moon's shadow is so small, is because shadows behave in a very peculiar manner in outer space and outer space alone. Now, you can kind of see my point here that solar eclipses could technically only occur, or the signature of the moon's shadow could only be positioned at the high noon point of Earth. So again, if you look at it from top down, this point right here is high noon. That point right there would be high noon on Earth. And if you look at it as a side view, this point right here would be high noon on the Earth. And the only possible way that the moon is going to apparently transit the sun is going to be where the sun, moon, and Earth are aligned perfectly to the ecliptic plane during the no moon phase. So we know exactly where all three objects should be. The sun should be on the ecliptic plane, the no moon should be on the ecliptic plane directly in front of the sun, and the Earth should be aligned to the two of those. So that would be at high noon. So for example, you couldn't get this shadow to hit over here somewhere, you know, at say, I don't know, 9 a.m. in the morning. That's simply not possible. The shadow of the moon must fall upon the Earth at the longitude line that is experiencing high noon, no matter which way you slice it. Okay, and that is simply not what we observe in reality. We observe the totality or the signature of the eclipse, total solar eclipse signatures at all different times of the morning and in the afternoon. And frankly, that is just a huge bombshell against the heliocentric theory. Because again, we should only see the signature of the moon or the shadow of the moon during an eclipse at the latitude that is currently experiencing high noon. Now furthermore, you'll also see examples where the lunar shadow casts a signature across both polar regions in different eclipses. And frankly, you can only tilt the Earth 23.4 degrees in either direction, depending on the time of year, which would be the maximum allowable tilt, 23.4 degrees. And frankly, you know, the polar areas are way down here at 90 degrees. So the observable reality does not jive with the heliocentric theory. Okay, so at any rate, though, in order for this lunar eclipse to occur, just reiterating, you must have the moon essentially threading the needle and passing through the one single point in space where it would transit the sun. Okay, now on the other end of this spectrum, since shadows don't behave like this, we can delete that and we can show you that the moon, whether it was you know, below the ecliptic plane that time of the month or above the ecliptic plane that time of the month, during every full moon phase, or nearly every full moon phase, the moon should at least partially enter the Earth's shadow. But of course, it's claimed that the Earth casts a diminishing conical shadow. So in this theory, where you totally abandon logical, demonstrable observations of light and shadow, in this theory, it becomes just as likely for the moon to traverse this point in space where the Earth's diminishing conical shadow casts a shadow on the moon at that distance, thus making it plausible to have solar and lunar eclipses approximately the same number over 100 years on the heliocentric theory. But again, you must do these just illogical mental acrobatics to make your theory work by inverting the way that shadows work in reality, and that simply isn't scientific. It is back engineering theories to fit observation and making it work in your model. Okay, so hopefully this makes the point clear, but quite frankly, and I'd love to hear, you know, all the arguments against this, but the totality of the moon signature should only occur at the longitude line which is experiencing high noon. And that just simply isn't the case. It should be very rare that the moon in its orbit, you know, sometimes it's down here, sometimes it's up here. It would be very rare that the moon, at the exact moment where it is the perfect new moon phase, transits the apparent sun. On the other hand, once again, the moon would transit the shadow of the Earth, if we are actually looking at how shadows behave, nearly every month during the full moon phase, because you have all of this latitude for the moon to be eclipsed by the Earth's shadow. Okay, so hopefully this gets the point. It has nothing to do with the size of the Earth. Either way, even if the Earth were 10 times larger, the shadow of the moon, or the moon must still transit that same point in space, hypothetically, and the shadow of the moon would only strike the Earth at the latitude, or I'm sorry, the longitude that is experiencing high noon at that point in time when the no moon aligns to the ecliptic plane, thus causing a solar eclipse, adhering to the heliocentric theory. So your argument that because the Earth is a larger target, this somehow makes sense, is missing the point, but you do get into some pretty embarrassing stuff by trying to cheat and demonstrate how shadows diminish in size with distance from the object casting the shadow, but we'll get into that very shortly. So your claim that solar and lunar eclipses is not a big deal, that we see roughly the exact same number of total and annular solar and lunar eclipses over the course of 100 years, you claim it's not that big of a deal in the heliocentric model because the moon has a larger target to hit. Now, I will remind you that the only possible way for a solar eclipse to occur is during a no moon phase, and this is in either model. Now, in the heliocentric model, the no moon phase positions the moon in perfect alignment with the sun and the Earth. Now, what causes the total solar eclipse is when the no moon phase is in perfect alignment with the ecliptic plane as well, because it's claimed by the heliocentric model that the moon's orbit positions it plus or minus 5 degrees of the ecliptic plane in its orbit. Now, during certain circumstances, the moon allegedly transits the sun, which there's only one point in space that can occur to produce a solar eclipse. Now, where would that be? Where would that take place? Well, it would have to take place along the ecliptic plane, and upon careful study, it could only take place at high noon when the moon is in the no moon phase, perfectly in the no moon phase.
Bet you never thought of that. Moving on, and before that you said that the conical shadow of the umbra-penumbra effect never happens in the real world. Yeah, it kinda does. All the time. When the light source is bigger than the object, light comes around and lightens the outer shadow, leaving a darkened area in the center. I put this little demo together for you. As you can see, the larger light source and the smaller object causes an umbra-penumbra effect here.
Your demonstration clearly proves my point that the shadow from that ball is much wider than the ball itself, so I'm not sure what you're trying to show. Now, there is apparently a gradient to that shadow, but you can't in a million years say that that shadow is smaller than that object. The shadow is much wider than that object. It just happens to be a little bit darker in the center. The further you were to move that backdrop away, the wider that would become. That's the point. But you're being very disingenuous because you put that backdrop right close to it. The further you move that away, the less obvious that darker spot would be, the less obvious the penumbra effect would be. It would cease to exist. And of course, the shadow would get wider and wider with distance. That's my point. If you were to move that backdrop off, 1,000,000 miles or whatever.
And go outside. The sun, though you think is small, it is actually bigger than every object on Earth. So when you look at the shadows, they aren't sharp. There is an umbra-penumbra effect going on.
It really is ridiculous for you to argue this point because you're being extremely disingenuous. You're not going to ever produce an effect where the shadow itself gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance proportionally from the object. You're showing instances of shadows and saying that they prove your point, but indeed all of these shadows are wider than the object casting the shadow, which proves my point conclusively, and yet you're still arguing that my point is invalid. That is just absolutely ridiculous, but typical coming from your side of this argument. Shadows always get wider and wider proportionally with distance. Always in reality, that's the case. Yet you want to say that that's not the case by showing shadows that get wider and wider proportionally with distance. Then you make the claim that the fact that shadows on Earth don't have defined edges, therefore you assert or imply that that somehow proves your point regarding the umbra-penumbra effect, or demonstrates that point in reality. However, it does not. Again, the point that I'm making is that shadows do not diminish in angular size proportionally with distance from the object casting the shadow. And just because a shadow has a non-definite edge doesn't prove this point at all. It just shows that shadows don't have a definite edge. But if you were to adjust the parameters, either the distance to the ground where the shadow is being cast, or the distance between the object obstructing the light source and the light source, you would certainly get different values in terms of the angular size of the shadow by the time it hits its mark. However, you will never in a million years demonstrate a shadow that diminishes in angular size proportionally with distance. And, you know, again, I just want to go on record saying that you were being extremely disingenuous, and if I didn't know any better, I would say that you were lying by placing the whiteboard backdrop there, maybe like an inch from the obstruction. Because again, were you to remove that backdrop further away from the light source and from the obstruction, you would notice that that shadow, every portion of it, becomes larger and larger proportionally with distance. And that proves my point conclusively, because again, in reality, we see the moon casting shadows during solar eclipses that is typically 50 or 60 miles in diameter, sometimes as little as 2 miles in diameter, and you claim that the moon is some 1,000 miles in diameter. And of course, the moon is not butted up an inch away from the Earth in relative scale. The moon would be some 30 Earth distances away from the Earth. And so, if you think that you can claim that your highly suspect photoshopped instance of your umbra-penumbra phenomenon somehow shows this point to scale is ridiculous. Because again, were you to move that backdrop, that white backdrop, away to scale to the distance of the Earth, that conical shadow from the moon object would be exponentially larger than you see it there presented. Now, I must admit, this was very clever of you, but it is a red flag in my opinion, because any doubts that I had in terms of whether or not you are being disingenuous and arguing for the globe for the sake of arguing for the globe and not for the sake of what is right, is because of the setup of that experiment to prove a point, or to cast the illusion that you've proven a point, when in fact all you've done is try to trick people into believing that you have a valid position in terms of the angular size of objects casting shadows diminishing in size proportionally with distance from the object. And I'll tell you, if the Earth was a spinning ball and the heliocentric model correct, you would not have to lie and be disingenuous.
And what else? Eratosthenes. Is it convergent or nearly parallel? Which is it, huh? Which is it? Which is it? Dude, you just said it yourself. Nearly parallel. And what does that mean? Convergent. Oh, I know you have pictures that aren't to scale that exaggerate the convergence, but we're talking 93 million miles, so mildly convergent. Nearly parallel. Those are not contradictions, which you would know if you bothered to think about it for more than a second or two.
The problem isn't whether those are contradictions in terms, and I would say that the one who has failed to think about this for 2 seconds would be you. The fact is, we see these peculiar, non-demonstrable shadows coming from the moon, in theory, to create a stylus pinpoint, as opposed to a diverging conical shape going from the obstruction causing the shadow. This is the opposite of what you see in reality. Now, according to the heliocentric claims, by the time the sunlight reaches the Earth, regardless of what it's doing in between the sun and space and the moon, by the time it reaches the Earth, you can practically say that the sun rays are, for all intents and purposes, perfectly parallel. Okay, so that is one data point, that by the time the sunlight reaches the Earth, it is claimed that those sun rays are nearly perfectly parallel. So how is it possible for nearly perfectly parallel lines to create a conical pinpointer shadow, as claimed by heliocentricists, as demonstrated by the moon, only to fit their theory? That's where the contradiction lies. Again, it's irrelevant as to what's happening to the sun rays prior to the point where they're hitting the moon to cast the shadow. What counts is what are those light rays doing at the time that they hit the moon to cast the shadow. And according to you, they are parallel for all intents and purposes. Now, again, if they are nearly perfectly parallel at that point, then that means that the cross-section of the Earth shadow as well as the moon shadow should be pretty damn close to the actual radius of the object, or the actual diameter of the object. So when the moon casts a shadow on the Earth, it should be 1,000 miles wide shadow, not a 50-mile wide shadow. And so what you're failing to see, because you refuse to reason out anything for yourself if it questions the globe Earth theory, is the fact that parallel light rays do not cast conical stylus-like pinpointer shadows, although that is necessary to occur in the heliocentric model. Furthermore, it does debunk the claim of Eratosthenes, which states that again, in order for the value to work where he gets the circumference of the Earth, in order for that to work, the sun rays must be coming in parallel, which indeed they are supposedly doing. Yet you cannot have that situation and cast a non-demonstrable peculiar shadow that tapers off into a point with distance from the obstruction. So, I mean, your misunderstandings are abundant, yet you cannot take your misunderstandings of a topic and somehow try to apply that as evidence to support your theory. So while you claim that the sunlight is doing this and that, and yes, nearly parallel is misaligned if you extend that out to a long enough period, but again, we're only talking about the sunlight as it approaches the moon or the Earth, specifically to create eclipses. And so by the time the sunlight reaches the moon and the Earth, it must be parallel in order for Eratosthenes' value to stand. But it also must not be parallel in order to cast these peculiar pinpointer shadows, which cannot be demonstrated or replicated in reality. And no, you cheating doesn't count either.
Oh, and you just threw in the idea of there being an invisible celestial body that somehow makes lunar eclipses happen, which I think is called
pulling stuff out of our asses.
Moving on.
No, I said it was a possibility, and it's not coming from my ass. It's actually coming from the asses of Vedic astronomers and cosmologers, but it's just something else that could possibly be causal of eclipses. I never claimed that it was, but frankly, what causes eclipses, especially the lunar ones, is irrelevant when you look at things like the selenelion, and when you look at the fact that the Earth isn't a ball and outer space doesn't exist by extension.
Question 7 was about the solar eclipses, how they work in a flat Earth universe, and why the shadow of the moon is not bigger than it is given how close it is to the sun in their view. The Morgile, of course, began with his go-to position.
Okay, so that was sort of a 3 or 4 part question, but again, all irrelevant, all having nothing to do whatsoever with the shape of the Earth, nothing to do with the motion of the Earth. You believe you have answers for this, and so you believe you're correct, but let's just go through these really quickly. How does a solar eclipse happen? Well, it appears that the moon may be transiting the sun, according to observers on Earth, although it may be something else. I believe that there's enough evidence to support the notion that the moon is transiting the sun, according to an observer on Earth. Although other flatties may disagree with me, I think that there is enough evidence to at least say that that's possible.
Wait, what? Did you say that there is enough evidence that for you to say that the moon is transiting the sun? But how? That would make the moon a physical thing that is going in front of a light source. Just a few minutes ago, you said that the sun and moon appear to be subjective instances that are decoded by our minds.
Well, there you go again, running with your absurd misunderstanding of my position to make yourself feel better, but in fact, you're not making any sense whatsoever. You totally misunderstood my point earlier in terms of the actual sun and apparent sun, and how the apparent sun is going to be a different subjective instance depending on where the observer is. So an observer in California is going to be looking at a different instance of light coming from the sun as compared to someone standing on the East Coast. So they're not looking at, while they are looking at symptoms of the same source light, they are looking at subjective renderings or subjective instances of that source light. Okay, so only in your mind did I claim that the sun and moon were not physical objects that were figments of our imagination. That claim only exists in your imagination. And so I stand by my statement previous that a solar eclipse appears to be caused by the moon apparently transiting the sun according to an observer on Earth, and all of your little misunderstandings and jokes about your misunderstandings add up to diddly squat in terms of evidence supporting your theory.
Dude, which is it?
Now, you said that flat earthers claim that the sun and moon are the same size and on the same plane. I don't know any flat earthers who claim that.
I'm going to stop you here again, because it's another example of what's wrong with your thinking. I did not say that flat earthers claim that. All models I've seen of the flat earth that have the sun and the moon in them, I spoke of the models that I have seen. Do you not recognize the difference? Of course you don't, because you, like so many of your companions, only hear what you want to hear, and so you've turned this simple fact of my experience with FE models into something you can attack.
Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. The two things that you're trying to differentiate are exactly the same thing. It's a matter of semantics. If you triangulate on the sun or the moon and assume a planar Earth, then you get results where the sun and the moon are approximately, roughly the same distance up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth, and that doesn't necessarily mean what all flat earthers claim. And for you to speak of models that you've seen, and for me to say that you claim that flat earthers believe, come on, give me a break. It's essentially the same thing, and you're just arguing for the sake of argument, and you're arguing semantics, which absolutely do not change the outcome of the point that I was making. Oh, I think it's safe to say that if the sun and moon are physical objects, then they are of similar size and along a similar plane. However, the relative size of the sun and moon varies. That's how you get total eclipses, that's how you get annular eclipses. So there is a bit of a variable in terms of the angular size of the sun and moon.
Wait, so now the relative size of the sun and moon vary? So not only do you not know where the sun and moon are,
we don't know how far they are,
or how big they are.
We don't know how large they are.
But you say that they are variable. Where's your evidence of that?
Goodness, if I didn't know any better, I would say you were just arguing for the sake of argument. But what I said is that the apparent angular size of the sun and the moon is variable. And the evidence for that, sir, are annular and total solar eclipses, for crying out loud. This isn't part of the flat earth theory. It isn't something that I've pulled out of my rear. This is observable natural science. You do know that there are things such as annular eclipses and total eclipses, and the cause of this is the apparent angular size of the sun and or moon is variable. Goodness gracious. And in terms of putting words in my mouth yet again, never did I say that the actual size of the sun or moon change. I clearly said the apparent angular size of the sun and or moon are variable. That has nothing to do with the actual size of the objects. It has to do with the apparent angular size, according to observers on Earth, and this is demonstrated quite nicely with the difference between annular and total solar eclipses. So, like, what, are you arguing with repeatable observation now that everyone agrees on in terms of annular and solar eclipses? Just as you argued that the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field, just as you argued that that magnetic fields do not perturb light, just as you argued that the atmosphere does not cause light to refract, thus providing disparate observers widely separated in space on Earth with subjective renderings of the celestial bodies. I mean, really, this is why I don't like getting into discussions with staunch religious zealots in the cult of scientism, is because they refuse to concede a valid point. They put words in your mouth and debunk straw man effigies of flat earth arguments which nobody ever made, except for possibly the people in your head. And you'll even furthermore go on to disagree with me on points that are widely accepted by all forms of science, globe and flat science, just because I'm the one making the statement. So if I told you the sky was blue, you would say that it is not because I made that statement. If I told you your house is on fire, you wouldn't believe me because I was the one that made the statement, even if there was a fireman standing there telling you your house was indeed on fire. And just to be clear, that was an analogy involving... Well, let's just leave it at that. That was an analogy. That wasn't any sort of bullying or threat. It's just an analogy.
Let me guess. Irrelevant? And again, if you say the size of the sun and moon change, and that determines the different eclipses...
No, I said the apparent angular size of those objects is a variable according to observers on Earth, which is the truth, whether you care to believe it or not.
Then you're saying that the sun and moon are objects, and you've already said that you don't know they are objects.
I said we don't know what the sun and moon are, but according to eclipses, it appears that the moon is transiting the sun according to observers on Earth. Only in your imagination did I ever claim that the sun and moon were figments of our imagination. That is your misunderstanding, and like I said earlier, you've taken that misunderstanding and run with it for the duration of this video to make me seem silly and to make yourself look really good, but all you're doing is misrepresenting my position and making fun of a complete red herring that has nothing to do with my position. So, well done. You have proven the point that globe earthers have absolutely no shame whatsoever.
Just a few moments ago. It sure does seem a lot like the rules of your universe change depending on what question you're trying to answer. And it doesn't matter if there's a contradiction from the last answer because you're here now and this is your answer.
Yes, indeed, but only if you are given complete artistic and creative liberty to form exactly what my opinions are based on misconstruing what I've said. That's the only way that that claim works. But in reality, you are either just a liar or you really do believe that your misunderstandings of my position are somehow my position. But hopefully if you watch this video you realize how silly you really do look at this point and how frustrating this is to deal with globe earth proponents, because exactly what you're doing is so very typical across the board. It gets sort of old after a while.
Say what you want about the accepted models, but the same rules apply everywhere. How much gravitational force is being applied to the moon? This much. To a bird? This much.
Well, gravity is a theory that is only necessary if you assume the Earth is a sphere, which it is not. So gravitational force is a misnomer. It is a theory that has nothing to do with reality and only has a necessity to exist in people's imaginations who believe they live stuck to the side of a spinning sphere, which is the most ridiculous thing you could possibly imagine when you get right down to it and revisit this topic as a rational, skeptical adult.
Every time.
So your question or your depiction, your caricature of flat earthers' beliefs is false. I mean, that's a running theme with globeheads, is creating straw man caricatures of the flat earth proponents' ideas and then shooting those caricatures down. But again, that's not how science is done.
Straw man? You know, a straw man is when you impose a position on your opponent that they didn't take in order to attack it more easily. Where's the straw man here? You see, I didn't say that that was the position of flat earthers, did I? Nope, I spoke of the models I've seen, which is true. You, on the other hand, have just set up a position that I didn't take in order to attack it easily.
You clearly made the statement that flat earthers' models show the sun and the moon as being the same distance above the earth. Now, that may be reflected in some models, but whether you are reflecting your observation of a model or whether you are reporting what you think flat earthers believe, the two terms are practically interchangeable. So this whole dog and pony show where you're trying to say that I'm painting you into a straw man corner, essentially, is it's just ridiculous. You're arguing semantics. But that's okay, because I've come to expect that from globe earthers. I know it makes you feel better, it makes you feel like you've scored a point, but in this entire video, you haven't shown one single shred of evidence for geological curvature or axial rotation, and yes, those are sort of important for your model, and you know, it really is just more of the same. Nothing new here at all. And I would submit that you or no one else will ever provide evidence of Earth curvature or axial rotation or orbital velocities, because such things do not actually exist in reality. You cannot show evidence for or prove a thing which is a phantom of people's imaginations.
So, ironically, in order to claim that I was attacking a straw man, you had to create a straw man to attack. How awesome was that?
Clearly, you stated that flat earthers' models show the sun and the moon being the same distance above the earth. You also created the straw man that I believe the sun and the moon are figments of our imagination, which I never said or even implied in the slightest. And you claim that I am the one creating a straw man of your position and attacking that, when all that is a matter of semantics. I didn't create a false caricature of your position. You're just arguing semantics about how you arrived at your position or your beliefs as to what flat earthers believe. So, just completely aggravating and typical for globe earthers to behave with such disdain for scientific discourse.
And you didn't even notice it, did you? Even now, your weaselly little brain is trying to figure out how to not have done what you've done. But there.
Give me a break. I know that you are trying to make yourself feel better because you really, frankly, have no position in this debate or argument. But to sit there and try to say that I'm strawmanning you, it's just ridiculous. We don't claim that the sun and moon are of the same size. We don't claim that they are on the same planes of orbit, for lack of a better word. But I think it's safe to assume that they are of a similar size and orbiting, for lack of a better word, upon a similar plane to one another.
And after that, after complaining falsely that I created a straw man, you say, we don't think that they are the same. We just think that they're similar.
Well, and there is a big difference, especially in the context of your argument here. You see, you're arguing that according to me, or according to flat earthers, or according to the models that you've seen, well, as if these words make a difference, that it would be impossible for the moon to transit the sun because flat earthers believe that they are on the same plane or at the same distance. And so in me saying that they are probably at similar distances, allows for the moon to transit the sun, apparently according to an observer on Earth. So, you know, what you're doing here is just awful argument. Is getting us absolutely nowhere in this conversation. You're just trying to one-up everybody. And it doesn't get us anywhere. It's just so, it's always like this. It's always like this when dealing with staunch zealots in the religion of scientism and globism. And in case you hadn't noticed, there has been exactly zero evidence provided to support the notion that the Earth has curvature or that the Earth is in constant curvilinear motion, exceeding the speed of sound at the equator just in terms of axial rotation, and exceeding ludicrous speed in terms of orbital and solar orbital and galactic velocities. None of that motion exists. But that doesn't mean anything. I mean, this is all very, very, very far down the line. The first thing that we have to do is measure the Earth, test it for motion, and until you can find evidence for sphericity, curvature, motion, then all of these points are 100% moot. Now, you also said, how does the moon pass in front of the sun without interacting with it? We don't know. It's irrelevant. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the moon is. So to say that, how is this possible? How is that possible with the sun and the moon? Is it so bad to say we don't know? Because, again, we're not going to just start making crap up and writing it down in textbooks, forcing it down the throats of all generations of toddlers, and then call it fact.
Hey. Don't get me wrong. I think saying you don't know is great. But you also need to be consistent. In this video, you've said that the sun and moon are small and local, which means they are things with a position and size. You've said you don't know how big they are or where they are.
Okay, the sun and moon are definitely local compared to what's believed by the heliocentric theory, which is 250,000 miles away for the moon and almost 100 million miles away for the sun. When you realize that the Earth is not a sphere, then these distances couldn't possibly be, meaning that the sun and moon must be local on a flat Earth, and the sun and moon must be extremely distant on a globe Earth. But for you to say that I held the position that the sun and the moon are not actually there, we're just imagining them, that is a concoction of your own, sir.
You've said that they are subjective and decoded by our minds. You've said that the moon does go in front of the sun for eclipses, making them real things again, and that those objects vary in size throughout the year, and now you're back to you don't know.
You're picking apart bits and pieces of this conversation to try and confuse the issue, but the fact is, solar eclipses appear to be caused by the moon apparently transiting the sun according to an observer on Earth. We don't know exactly how distant or large the sun and moon are, although using Euclidean geometry and plane trigonometry we can get an estimate. However, I will say again that without knowing exactly how much refraction is affecting the inbound light from celestial objects, then we really cannot adequately make these estimations, and until we can get rid of the refraction index, then we're sort of in the dark. I mean, your position is sort of like if your car breaks down and you take it to a mechanic and the mechanic asks you, well, what's wrong with it? How do you fix it? And you tell him, well, I don't know. And then the mechanic tells you, well, how do you know it's broken if you don't know how to fix it? I mean, that's sort of the position that you have here, and it's just being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative. And I suppose that is your tactic because you've got, well, fuck all in terms of evidence for curvature or axial rotation or orbital velocity, period.
If you don't know, fine. Just don't make a claim as if you do. And I've noticed you repeat this phrase a lot. You're not going to start making crap up and writing it down in textbooks. And I'm beginning to think that you have a problem with textbooks because you definitely have no problem with making stuff up. So it's gotta be the textbooks.
Only in your imagination, where my position has been misconstrued by your own self, am I making stuff up, sir.
You also talk a lot about shoving things down toddlers' throats a lot. What's up with that?
That is disgusting, what you just implied there. I'm not even going to reiterate, but that is just absolutely disgusting. And if you don't agree that everyone in the world believes the Earth is a globe because it was forced upon them while they were toddlers, then obviously you are not living on the same world as I. It's not how we do it. The final thing, and I love that you asked this question, during a solar eclipse, how does the shadow of the moon cover such a small area? Well, I would love to hear your answer for that. because I already know what your answer is. You're going to bring up the whole umbra penumbra thing with this convergent pinpointer peculiar shadow angle that causes the moon's shadow to taper down into a point as it reaches the Earth. But that is not how shadows behave in reality. Now, you can take that position, but then again, that wipes out Eratosthenes' experiment that is a flagship cornerstone of the heliocentric theory, and you can't have both. Your very own theory contradicts itself by Eratosthenes' assumption that the Earth is a sphere and that the sun's rays are coming in at parallel lines to one another. That absolutely 100% contradicts the theory behind the umbra-penumbra phenomenon, but see, you have to make that up from your position, because in reality we do indeed see a very teeny tiny, usually 50 to 60 mile diameter shadow of the moon during a total solar eclipse. Now, in your model, you've put yourself in checkmate, because you have to have this umbra-penumbra phenomenon. Yet, again, it contradicts Eratosthenes' assumptions, which is a cornerstone of your theory. So which is it? Is the sun's rays coming towards the Earth at nearly perfect parallel angles, or are the sun's rays coming towards the Earth at convergent angles to cause this peculiar phenomenon where shadows taper off into a point as they gain distance away from the obstruction, which cannot be demonstrated in reality? Which is it? How is the shadow of the moon covering such a small area during total solar eclipses? Your model doesn't have an answer for that.
Okay. You were a bit repetitive there, but I wanted to let you repeat that weak position a couple more times just to drive it home how wrong you are. Now, I already went over this, but just to recap, Mr. Morgile here says that the shadows don't work this way in reality. He says it very defiantly.
Which cannot be demonstrated in reality.
But yes, they do. Here's my demo again. You can see the umbra-penumbra effect. Now, this works because of the relationship between the size of the light source and the object.
And you're being extremely disingenuous with your example there. Again, as I said earlier, you're showing a shadow which is larger than the obstruction, and you're showing a shadow which is very, very close to the obstruction. If you were to move that backdrop further and further away from the ball causing the shadow, you would absolutely see that shadow getting larger and larger and larger proportionally with distance, which proves my point and disproves the notion that a 1,000-mile diameter moon can cast a 2-mile diameter shadow upon the Earth, or even a 50 or 60-mile diameter shadow on the Earth during solar eclipses. There's no way you can dig your way out of this, so you have to trick your way out of it and lie your way out of it. And, if you're going to lie and sacrifice your personal integrity to support the globe Earth model, then, I disagree with that. And the process of science should not be, emotionally attached to models. This should be objective, and we shouldn't have to lie and cheat in order to prove a point. But you're caught. You don't have a position here. You don't have a leg to stand on in this discussion. I'm sorry, but you don't.
Watch the size of the effect change as I move the objects around. Now watch what happens when the light source is just a bit bigger than the object, and when the distance between them becomes small. This is why the darkest part of the shadow should be much bigger on a flat Earth.
And by what authority can you say that? So you're saying you know the size and distance to the moon on the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying? Because according to logic and reason and triangulation, geometry, the sun and the moon must be much larger than we're told in the much smaller than we're told in the heliocentric theory. The sun and the moon must be relatively local, certainly not hundreds of thousands and millions of miles away, respectively. And so the fact that we sometimes see the shadow of the moon being 2 miles in diameter during solar eclipses, how does that work with a moon that is thousands of miles in diameter? And your little backdrop experiment does not solve this issue. You are being willfully ignorant of the facts here, or disingenuous, or at worst outright lying, which again is par for the course when discussing this topic with globe earthers.
At Earth. Since we're being repetitive, you are once again wrong about light traveling in nearly parallel lines and also being convergent somehow being a contradiction.
But it is a contradiction, not the terms. It's a contradiction because if the light angle from the sun are parallel by the time they reach the Earth to allow for Eratosthenes' experiment to work, it's the only way that it works. However, we're expected to believe that that same light at roughly the same position where the lines are parallel are casting peculiar conical shadows, which would necessitate something completely different than parallel lines of light at this position. So you're refusing to think about this logically. However, that scores you no points in a discussion, sir. And cheating your way into trying to show shadows that are not even smaller than the object that you're showing, the shadow is indeed larger, quite clearly. However, the further you extend that shadow out, the larger the shadow would get, which yet again proves my point, and you still have no position in this discussion.
Contradiction. I'll make it simple for you, JC. These lines are parallel. They will not converge. Now, these lines are nearly parallel. Guess what? They will converge. You can have both. Is that clear enough for you?
So please do demonstrate parallel lines of light casting shadows which diminish in angular size from the obstruction of the light source. Once you can do that, and not by lying and tricking and cheating your way into a demonstration that doesn't even show the point, but certainly doesn't produce shadows which diminish in angular size proportionally with distance. Until you can do that, especially using a light source which the light rays are attacking the obstruction at parallel angles, do you understand that there is indeed a contradiction here? And it's not a contradiction in terms, it's a contradiction in the globe Earth logic. And if you fail to see that you cannot have your cake and eat it too in this example, because nearly parallel lines will at some point converge, you're completely missing the point, and there really is no sense in trying to discuss this with you, because I believe that you adamantly and willfully refuse to get the point. It is not within globe believers' nature to understand a point which refutes their theoretical belief system. And it's sad, and it's frustrating, but it is unfortunately the case.
Question number 8 was, why do the sun and moon have spherical shapes? What forces give them those shapes, and why don't they apply to the Earth? With the alternate question of, how do lunar phases work if you don't think they are actually spherical?
Why do all of your questions have absolutely nothing to do with the Earth at all? Really. First of all, your assumption is that the sun and moon are spherical objects. If I grant that to you for argument's sake, let's say hypothetically the sun and the moon are spherical, how does that relate to the Earth itself? The answer is it doesn't. Only in your mind is there a connection between these heavenly luminaries and the physical plane which we all live on. The Earth is nothing akin to the heavenly luminaries, nothing like the sun or the moon. So even assuming that the sun and the moon are spherical objects in space, that does not make the Earth a spherical object in space, because frankly, sir, the sun and the moon are simply not the Earth.
Okay. No, it's not an assumption on my part, because it's not true that the Earth is nothing like the sun and the moon. You may want to deny it, but we have been observing the sun and the moon for thousands of years and capturing them on film for decades.
Perhaps, however, the sun and the moon, let's just say that they're spherical, would certainly have curvature. Seeing how the Earth doesn't have curvature and is therefore not a sphere, then the Earth is nothing like unto the sun or the moon. They're completely different, and anything that you prove or believe about the sun and the moon have absolutely nothing to do whatsoever with the shape of the Earth.
And we know for a fact that they are spherical. Watching them closely, we see they have all the properties of real objects that are spherical in shape. The way the surface details change and distort around the outer areas compared to the center. And since their distances from the Earth change over time, these surface details change due to perspective, just as they do with all other physical objects.
And while I may disagree with you that the sun and the moon are spherical, to me it is quite irrelevant, and it is possible that the sun and the moon are spherical. The point that you're failing to see, and I love the labor that you went into to quote-unquote prove that the sun and the moon are spherical, but I had already granted that for argument's sake. Even if you conclusively prove that the sun and moon are spherical, that holds absolutely no sway or bearing on what the shape of the Earth is, because yet again, the sun and the moon simply are not the Earth, and you must prove that the Earth itself has curvature. So this would be like, if you're trying to measure the parameters of a pool table, which we know is a flat surface, by taking curvature calculations of the pool balls, and then trying to say that the pool balls are spherical, therefore the pool table is spherical. That's the only analogy that I can put across to show your so-called position here, which you do not have a position. You have theoretical fantasy, which is, widely believed and touted as fact, but is in fact abject nonsense, demonstrably so, because the Earth does not have curvature, nor is it in motion.
You say that it's only in my mind that there is a connection between them and the physical plane which we all live on, which is interesting because you've changed the rules yet again. You've said that perspective applies to them. You've said that refraction applies to them. You've said that the moon goes in front of the sun. You've said that they are near to the Earth. These are all properties of the physical plane which we all live on.
Here you go again with your red herring straw man arguments. The sun and the moon are not the Earth. Even if the sun and the moon are spherical, that no way proves that the Earth is spherical. Now, we can see the sun and the moon from the Earth, but that doesn't make the Earth a sphere. And so, for you to correlate that in such a way is just very deceptive, and it really goes to show that you do not have any valid arguments to support the spherical Earth theory. And to elaborate, what I really truly meant was that it is believed by many that the moon is a terra firma sphere that people can walk around on. However, that cannot be demonstrated. You must take it on faith by the Nazis of NASA's claims. And for all intents and purposes, since the Earth is not a sphere, then even if the moon is a sphere, it's safe to say that you cannot go and walk around on it. It is a light in the sky and nothing more. Even if it is a physical object, it's not like a destination, terra firma planet. It is only assumed that the Earth is a terra firma sphere in space, which lends credence to the idea that the moon is a terra firma sphere in space. But again, even if the moon is a sphere, it couldn't possibly be anything like the Earth, because the Earth is not a sphere, for crying out loud.
And you are perfectly happy to refer to them when they suit you, but you want to discard them when they don't. You see, there are certain assumptions that are made when it comes to the sun and the moon. It's an assumption that is absolutely necessary for any scientific research to be of any value. And that is the assumption that the universe is rational.
No, it is the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and all spheres in space are, to some degree or another, very much like the Earth. And when you actually go back in as a rational adult and test that assumption, logically and skeptically, which you still have not done, I promise you have not, otherwise you would not be holding your ridiculous position, you come to find that since the Earth is not a sphere, It couldn't be anything like the sun or the moon, even if they are spheres, and I would say especially if they are spheres.
That the laws of physics, the rules that govern things in the universe, the math, the geometry that you like to mention so much, they apply everywhere. They don't just apply when it's convenient for us. So when we see the sun and the moon present the same properties as all the other real objects that we observe, it is perfectly valid to consider them real objects.
Right, but it is perfectly ludicrous to assume that the Earth is a sphere, because when you test for Earth curvature, it does not exist.
Otherwise, we're just making stuff up, and that's not real science. Now, question 9 was a bit cruel of me. I asked what powers the sun, and I asked this question to see how deeply flat earthers contemplate the ramifications of their claims. If you change the status of the sun, you need to be able to explain it, or at least understand that an explanation is going to be needed.
Right, but we're not going to just go make stuff up like globers do and claim that it is a theoretical process that cannot be demonstrated in reality, such as hot atomic fusion.
But the Morgile here can't even manage to show that basic understanding. What he does is attack the accepted science with his own ignorant claims and shows absolutely zero intellectual curiosity about how things work.
Well, intellectual curiosity about how the sun works is one thing, but to say that globe Earth physics has a viable answer as to what is going on inside of the sun is ridiculous. There is theory, but that theory couldn't possibly be correct, because these are the same people that are telling us the sun is 90 million miles away, which couldn't possibly be true because the Earth is a plane. And the same people tell us that the sun is undergoing hot atomic fusion, which is a theoretical process that doesn't actually exist in reality. It exists in the minds of theorists. And we, as flat earthers, simply refuse to accept scientific dogma and non-demonstrable theories as valid explanations, which you seem to be happy with. It's just so redundant. Let's start by answering the question with what you believe. You believe that the whimsical theory of hot atomic fusion is powering the sun. Now, first of all, you cannot demonstrate hot atomic fusion in reality. It is a theoretical absurdity. And then your second explanation has to do with this push and pull of gravity, which is yet another theoretical absurdity. So if it's okay for you to answer these questions in your model with just absolutely theoretical, non-demonstrable, absurd notions, we're not going to stoop to that level. Again, the best answer to this question is we do not know what powers the sun, and it is completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Furthermore, just because you believe that hot atomic fusion and gravity are what powers the sun doesn't make it so. Never in a million billion years is anyone going to travel to the sun and scoop up a sample, bring that back for testing. Okay? Now, also, if hot atomic fusion could be demonstrated in reality, which it can't, there is absolutely no correlation between that and the sun.
Okay, let me step in here. You say that hot atomic fusion is a theoretical absurdity and cannot be demonstrated in reality. So is it safe to say that you don't believe thermonuclear bombs exist? You know, the hydrogen bomb? Because those are fusion bombs. Is there a vast worldwide conspiracy to lie about the mechanism of the H-bomb? Because that's something else you'd have to prove.
Indeed, thermonuclear bombs are a hoax. They don't exist. In fact, it's very likely that atoms as you believe to exist don't exist. However, hot atomic fusion is supposedly taking place inside of stars, powering stars under immense pressure and at millions of degrees, and this simply cannot be demonstrated. We cannot create hot atomic fusion in a lab as to demonstrate what they say is going on inside of a star. So to claim that you know what's going on inside of a star is theory on top of theory, on top of conjecture, on top of assumption, and to call that science is just absolute nonsense. Indeed, the nuclear arms race and the Cold War and even the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings were propaganda. We're talking hoaxes in order to usher in the new world order that we're enjoying today. Both Nagasaki and Hiroshima were allegedly hit by nuclear bombs, yet they are thriving cities to this very day when we were told that they should be atomic wastelands for hundreds of years. What actually happened to those cities was, yes, they were certainly bombed towards the end of World War II. They were carpet bombed and fire bombed, just like so many other cities in Germany and across Europe and in Japan. But they certainly were not nuked, and the evidence that we have for that is military propaganda and nothing more. And that's obviously a topic for another video. But yeah, just to answer the question, yes, there is very good evidence to support the claim that nuclear bombs are a hoax. Nuclear power is a misnomer. It's actually steam power. And hot atomic fusion is a theoretical process which cannot be demonstrated. And that's definitely a topic for another video. I'm about done with this. I'm sure that you guys are too. There's a little bit more left on his video. You can watch it if you wish. Links in the description. I'm done. But at any rate, I really appreciate you sticking around and watching. If you'd like to support this channel, you can do so direct through PayPal to www.paypal.me/themorgile, or you can support this channel by becoming a patron through Patreon at www.patreon.com/themorgile. So thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate you hanging out. God bless you all. Spread the word, spread the world, and peace.
Make the earth shake. Make the earth shake. Rock on. Make the earth shake. Make the earth shake.